Live from the campus of Westfield State University, this is 89.5 FM, WSKB, Westfield. Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by Westfield Bank. For more than 160 years, Westfield Bank has been an important community presence and commercial leader in the Pioneer Valley. With convenient full banking services in Westfield, West Springfield, East Longmeadow, Agawam, Feeding Hills, Springfield, Southwick, as well as Enfield and Granby, Connecticut, visit us on the web at westfieldbank.org. WSKB.
Looking back on when I was a little nappy-headed boy, then my only worry was for Christmas what would be my toy. Even though we sometimes would not get a thing, we were happy with the
Live from Studio 120 at Westfield Technical Academy, this is WCPC Channel 15 and 89.5 FM, WSKB Westfield.
Wow! It is Tuesday morning, and it is October 15th, 2019, and counting, and my name is Bob Plass, and I am here in studio, what is it, Peter?
120.
120, I should know. I come in the back door every day, so I don't see the studio.
Now we have the
120.
logo and everything on the door. Did you notice that?
Oh, no, because you mean the other outside door that I
the
just
outside
came in?
door. Yeah, we're going to work on lettering everything, but we have to find fire retardant materials.
Oh, fire retard. Why?
Because that's an exit hallway.
Oh, I getcha. So where do you find fire retardant materials today for a sign?
I'm not sure that we're working.
gosh.
I'm actually working on that with the shop teacher.
Matt.
Matt.
Got it.
Yep, I'm working on. Let me move me over here because you're looking towards the
There
mountain.
we are. Now we're looking at one another.
Yes.
If you're watching on Channel 15 or WestfieldTV.org, did I get that right, Peter?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
WestfieldTV.org. You're getting used to it now.
I am. I'm really enjoying this. Everybody, you know who that voice is. It's Peter Coles. He is.
I even have your graphic.
Yeah,
cover myself over.
Yo, look at that. Wow, it's Tuesday with Bob Plass. If you're watching, they even tell everybody who I am as if they need to know. But the guy that you really need to know is October's operator of Octagonago.
What?
Octagonago. It's eight-sided. Octagonago? No.
I don't know.
It sounds like that. Wait a minute. Never mind. He's the operator of not the odious operator. I was going to say the odious operator.
Sometimes I am. It depends on how much beer I've had.
Oh, yeah. Well, the omnipresent operator, because you seem to be everywhere on this television station and radio
That
station.
I am. I came in on the holiday yesterday and taped a show with Bobby G, Bob Goff.
Oh, yeah.
He wanted to tape his show.
Mm-hmm.
And last Friday, we taped a Tiger Talk. So everybody wanted to be fresh this week.
Oh, gosh. And so you are now capable. I could get up at maybe 8 o'clock and
we
come
like
in here
live,
and do
Bob. We like
you,
live.
You like me live, making
Yes.
mistakes live? Uh-huh.
No, that's part of the fun. And
that is part
and
of
the audience appreciates when you're live as well.
Oh, they do.
Yes, and probably in the next, I'm gone the rest of the week because my
Right.
son is graduating from his military technical school.
Uh-huh.
He's learning how to fix helicopters.
I love this.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's graduating this week, and here's the kicker of it.
Yeah, what
His grandfather, William Morey, was a captain in the Army in Vietnam,
yes.
and he flew UH-1 Hueys helicopters.
Is that right?
Yes.
Did he know that when he chose helicopters?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay,
I
so-
believe that was probably not the deciding factor, but he wanted the unit. I mean, obviously the unit's in Westfield, so he wanted to live here. He wants to go back to school either at Westfield State or Holyoke Community to start,
Right.
and then he wants to go to UMass. So he's got a plan.
How old a guy is he?
He just turned 20.
You've been a good father to him, Peter.
No, he's a good kid. I'm lucky.
Yeah,
Very lucky.
Yeah, but and you're proud of him. You support him in every way. You take these long trips for him, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm super proud of the kid.
yeah.
I mean, kids can go in any direction.
Oh, you're telling me.
Right. So I've seen some good and I've seen some bad. Lot more good than bad, thank God.
Yes, that's right.
But when he was going to Western New England and doing quite well.
Uh-huh.
His grades were very good.
Yeah.
I was very happy. And he says to me, he says, Dad, he says, I don't think I'm coming back to school. And I went, what? Oh, stop. What? And I started talking. He goes, stop.
Yeah.
Because I don't want him to repeat. I've worked really hard for what I got, but I don't have a college degree either. I never even finished my associates, and I was dumb, and I should have. But
Well, first,
I didn't.
Yeah. But you know what? Maybe college isn't for everyone, and you're
that's true.
And you're an intelligent man. There's no getting around that. I mean, I hate to say it, but you are an intelligent man who has critically thinks. All right, I think that's what you gain when you go to college, is to be able to make up your mind about a topic and you and have an answer, and then back it up with whatever knowledge or facts that you have.
See, I think I was lucky. I was very lucky that my parents put me through 12 years of Catholic education, because I think that installed that in my brain. Because my brain I'm not great on the nitty-gritty paperwork stuff.
Yeah.
I'm still learning that.
Yeah.
But the overall creative 50,000 foot and then making that a 5,000 foot or a 1,000 foot project.
Sure.
I'm pretty good at that. You know.
Oh.
I supposedly I have an engineer's brain, is what I've been told.
Oh, you certainly do. And you have the...
That also explains my messiness.
Is that right?
I need somebody to help me. I need somebody to help me tidy.
Oh,
I'm not good at tidy.
Would you say? But look, I'm looking around the studio
It's
here.
a disaster.
It's not as bad as it was last week. I gotta say.
Well, I keep picking away at things as I get storage.
Yeah. If you saw, it's you're all looking verily at this face here, and you're saying, "Isn't that pretty?" But if you looked out that way,
yeah, I know,
you would see some other stuff.
There's debris.
There's some debris, but not a total, not any more than what we have on the show sometimes. But,
No, and I'm just I'm really proud of the kid that he had. He decided he had a plan. He told me that he was going to join the National Guard, and I was like, okay, that's a good plan.
Yeah.
I said, I really want you to complete college, no matter what you do in the Guard. I really want you to complete college because A, the pay gets better in the Guard.
Yeah.
And B, you have more room for advancement in the Guard.
My parents were sort of like that. My mother was petrified that I was going to lose my scholarship. I got a scholarship. I went to Holy Cross. I got a scholarship. Thank God.
Yes, you did.
I told you that story. I think it's because...
you never told me you got a scholarship, but you told me you went to the College of the Holy Cross.
Oh, yeah. I got a full scholarship, Peter, and a job.
Really?
Yeah.
For academics?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, let me put it this
What was the
way.
scholarship for? What was it?
The scholarship was because my father built was the carpenter for Dr. William Donahue, was an optometrist on Chestnut Street, down where the museum is.
I know that was actually my first optometrist before he retired.
Is that right?
Yes, it was, because he was right next to on the corner of the quadrangle.
That you got it
In an old house.
That's my
I remember
gosh,
it well. Yep.
Yeah. I think it might even be now part of the museum.
I think they bought it. Yeah.
Yeah, but so Dr. Donahue had said to my father, I think I told this recently, that if your son would like to be an eye doctor, I don't think he was an optometrist. He was an eye surgeon, because he
was the full boat.
He was the full thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember him because I had
eye, ear, nose, and throat man. That's what he was. Because
I know they had the glasses shop in there too.
Yeah, but he also treated my eye, my ears, and my throat as well. I remember. And he did cauterization on my nose, eye, ear, nose, and throat. Do they still have those, or they?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. They're probably specialized.
Yeah.
So at any rate, Dr. Donahue says to my dad that if your son would like to be an eye surgeon, I'll pay for his whole career. Well,
how?
Yeah. Well, he was.
Wow.
Well, yeah, I know. And what a great gift. His son, he had a son, a wonderful son, but that man did not want to be an optometrist.
Didn't follow in the family
He didn't want to
business.
follow in the footsteps, yes. So I got to decide. I decided no. especially since I wasn't good at science and I had you grow up with an inkling of what you want to do, and I didn't see myself operating in an operating room. I saw myself in a library reading, which
that's
is so
fair.
far. Yeah. So I said no. My father said, "What?" So then he found out that I had been given, they had these at the time, I don't know if they do now, alternative scholarships. So I had an alternative scholarship to Boston College. And so within a week, I had a full scholarship to Holy Cross.
Wow.
And so was it because of my great brain and my great marks in school? Perhaps. But no one ever really told me the truth, if there was a truth, that Dr. Donahue had. He was a
Helped out.
He had gone to Holy Cross, so there was that connection as well.
Oh, maybe
So-
maybe you were the first, maybe started a scholarship program at Holy Cross, and you might have been the first.
That might have been it. I got to check that. I could check that out.
You could check that out with the Office of Development.
That's very true. I could give back, as a matter of fact, couldn't I?
If there's a scholarship in his name, why not?
Yeah, this is a very good idea, Peter. And
all I
I'll
can
have to
remember-
start saving.
The
right
funny
now.
thing was I couldn't remember his name until you said it. But I remember going to that building because I got my glasses when I was, about 12 in the 6th grade.
Yeah.
Sister Jean Schneider
Uh-huh.
realized I was becoming disruptive in class.
Disruptive?
Yes. And
Because you couldn't see the blackboard?
She couldn't figure out why, and then she finally did figure it out that I was going nearsighted.
Ah.
And that I would sit in the middle to the back of the class. That was where my seat was, and I could not see. And she had a parent-teacher conference with my parents and said, I don't think Peter can see. He won't admit it, but I think that's why he's being disruptive. And they marched me down, and I was very receptive. And I remember going into that old house, and it was like kind of intimidating.
Oh, yes.
But I got tested, and the guy goes, "You're nearsighted." He goes, "It's pretty simple." He goes, "We'll get you some glasses."
I love it.
And I'm
I
like,
love it.
okay. And then I could
It was
see,
like
and I
one
was
shop
better.
stopping. It's one shop stopping. You go to the eye doctor, and then next door is the
And the
eyeglass
funny
place
thing is,
instead.
Sister Jean made a big impression in my life because I had her twice as a teacher.
Oh, she's still alive by chance?
I believe she is, and she's got a twin who's also a sister of St. Joseph. Yep.
Twin nuns. That's a
Twin
picture.
nuns, yeah.
They all look alike to begin
Sister
with.
Jean was a great teacher.
Oh,
though.
was she? Yeah.
I had her in the 6th grade, and then she moved up, and I had her in the
Did
in the
she
8th
have
grade.
another name besides Sister Jean? Because you see,
No,
my
I think
life
she was-
they took other names.
No, she was a younger sister, so when she came in, they didn't assign her a name. She kept her name.
I see. I gotcha. Well, now because of my great college career, I sit here with this wonderful man named Peter Coles, and we
But
get
you had a
to
great
talk.
career otherwise too.
Oh, I did. I've had a good life. I really have had an eclectic life to begin with. When I think, and out of all, I don't know if you do this, but I'm thinking of all the jobs that I had that were most satisfying.
Okay, yeah. I've had a bunch.
I would say waiting on tables.
Really?
I love being a waiter. I loved that. You would go home with money in your pocket. You meet people one after another, and you make them happy.
That's why I like the radio, though.
Yeah, well, that's also true. I do enjoy this. Unfortunately, I'm not paid much. How much am I getting now for this? Same what I got 2 years ago.
Bob, but you know what?
Yeah.
You know what? You and everybody else who hosts the show realizes that this is a lot of fun,
Yeah.
and that it's become a vital community resource.
Well,
It really has.
Sure, it has. Yeah.
People
Yeah.
say they're not listening to us, but heck, they know we're talking about on Facebook.
I got an example of. Oh yeah. Oh God. Are they talking about me on Facebook or us on Facebook?
All of us, yes. They know what we're talking about. So they may not admit to listening to us, but they do listen to us. And I know somebody that listens to us every morning at work, and he's getting the rock crushing plant started right about now.
We know who that is.
Yes,
too.
we do.
Yeah.
The research department.
Yeah, our research department, Danny Nason. Hey, I actually, here's proof that somebody's listening. I'm at the tavern having dinner the other night.
Yep.
And the waitress comes in and says to me, there is somebody in the other room that would like you to help because she can't find reservations, the reservation line for the Murder Among Friends show at the Westfield Women's Club.
Okay.
So I said, thank you very much. I think I know who it is. So I left the table. I go in the other room, and it's my dear friend, Marcia Sanford.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
Marcia is just the best. You know Marcia? Have you met Marcia?
I think you introduced me to her one time, and then I helped her out with that
Oh,
other thing.
you
Yes.
did.
Yes.
You did. And she's so always grateful for things that people do for her, and she does so much for others.
Absolutely.
Well, she came up with this. She said, we were talking about handsome people. And I don't know how that happened, especially
Bob,
since
you're a handsome man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you.
I have a
Thank
face
you.
for radio. On the other hand.
Stop it. You do not. So she was saying something about, speaking of handsome, Bob, I need you to know that I want you to get from out of behind that microphone. Here
That's
it
why
is.
I moved you to the left a little bit.
Now I am visibly seen, which is probably upsetting everyone at home.
No, actually,
get out
it's
the
not.
Metamucil. All right, so yeah, and so at any rate, she was saying, is there any way as disc jockeys or as radio
Talk show hosts,
we could wear lavalier mics or something so
Oh, no,
we don't have this contraption in
I
front
have
of
a
us?
better solution that I'm getting a vendor added this today. Mm-hmm. And because of that, because more and more talk shows were also being broadcast on television,
Yeah.
they have a boom mic that comes up, and it's a low riser, so it comes up to you instead of
comes
coming
up
up and
to-
over. So they're all mounted in one central location,
Yes.
and they come from low, all at table height, and they come up,
Oh, that's
and
a
the
great...
mic sits on top.
Oh, all right. So my head is above the mic,
Correct.
not in front of the mic.
Correct. Yes, those contraptions are going to be used for. I got other uses for those the booms, but
Wow, that's great. Marcia, just get that. Peter Coles is on the trail for you.
well, Kenny and I had talked about it when we first got the studio.
Hmm.
The thing is I had a limited amount of funds to build everything, so I had to
Right.
make decisions on what I was going to get and what not.
Yeah.
So this was
Who paid for this studio, incidentally?
this was out of the public PEG funds.
The
So this came
PEG
from
fund.
the subscriber fee that the city gets from Comcast.
I see. And
So there was no budget money out of this. This
Uh-huh.
was funded by the viewers of Comcast.
Wow. And it's a studio with three
they
cameras
can all,
and all
and
this
they can
great
all
equipment.
They can use it too. So this is open to the public.
Wow. You mean
So-
people could just come in and shoot a show?
They'd have to go through some training, but yes, they can.
Wow, this sounds
answer is
very
yes.
good. Very good. Where do they start if they wanted to do that?
They can email PEG admin one word.
Is that a woman?
No.
Well, oh, you
PEG
said PEG access.
PEG stands for Public, Educational, and Governmental.
Oh, okay. Got it.
So PEG admin one word at citywestfield.org,
Uh-huh.
and we can start training classes. You could check out equipment, some of the field equipment if you want to shoot stuff on the road.
How do you like that?
Kenny did last week.
Oh, he took a class?
No, well, he's been training with me right along, but he did a show. He got media credentials for the B-17 bomber that was at Barnes this week,
Uh-huh.
and he did the media flight.
Wow.
So he was inside, and I shot the outside. I shot him taking off and landing, and he did a nice little show.
He was in a plane and you were shooting him?
Videoing.
You were videoing him while he
Taking
was
off.
flying?
Yes, he was in a B-17 bomber.
Oh, I got to see this thing.
It's up on YouTube.
Oh, well, you know me. I don't go on YouTube as much
You
as
should,
I
you
except
should
when I'm
bookmark the
choosing
Channel
my
15.
songs.
You should bookmark the Channel 15 channel.
Uh-huh. Well,
And
the
then you
word
could-
bookmark is stymieing me. I don't even know
Save
what
the
that is.
page.
Save the page.
I'll show you, Bob.
Okay, gotcha.
622 at almost
Hey!
623 at WSK.
Well, I love gypsy jazz. I know there are some out there that say, gypsy jazz, what is it? Well, it's
Exactly, what is it?
Well, it's fiddles and an accordion, and it's has a French feel to it. And
Really?
yeah. And the old French song, it's a classic. Sounds so great as a gypsy jazz song. Django Reinhardt was really the ultimate musician for Gypsy Jazz. Django, D-J-A-N-G-O, Reinhardt. We have Django in June at UMass. It's a big festival.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So I'm going to play a Gypsy Jazz number. This is from the Jimmy Hepburn Quartet. It's a United Kingdom band that is for hire. So if you want these folks to come over, you have to pay for them on the Queen Mary, and then they come over and they'll play for you. Autumn Leaves. So here is Jimmy Hepburn and Johnny Hepburn and his orchestra. Johnny Hepburn.
Qu'elle nous ressemble, toi qui m'aimais, et je t'aimais. Nous vivions tous les deux ensemble, toi qui m'aimais, moi qui t'aimais. Mais la vie c'est pas ce qu'ils aiment, tout doucement, sans faire du bruit. Et la mer efface sur les arbres là-bas des amants désunis. Drift by my window, the autumn leaves are red and gold. I see your lips, the summer kisses, the sunburn hands I used to hold. Since you went away, the days grew long, and all I hear is that old winter song. But when I miss you most of all, my darling, is when autumn leaves, when autumn leaves, when autumn leaves start to fall.
Support for community radio on WSKB is provided by Betts Plumbing and Heating Supply Company, an independent, family-owned wholesaler serving Westfield for over 50 years, specializing in plumbing, heating, and industrial piping supplies. On the web at bettsplumbing.com or at 14 Coleman Avenue in Westfield.
Underwriting support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by the Greater Westfield Chamber of Commerce, the voice of business for the Greater Westfield communities. Informing, educating, advocating, the Chamber provides opportunities for members to make meaningful connections on local, regional, and state levels. For more information on the Chamber's many events, workshops, and programs, as well as the benefits of membership, visit westfieldbiz.org. The Chamber focuses on the most important economy, yours.
Wednesday mornings from 6 till 8, it's Tina Gorman with Wake Up Wednesday.
Community Radio.
89.5 WSKB. Live from Studio 120 at Westfield Technical Academy, this is WCPC Channel 15 and 89.5 FM WSKB Westfield.
Wow, it is Tuesday morning. It is October 15th, 2019, and counting. And Peter, you had a question for me before we talk Pumpkin Fest.
I need pro tips, Bob.
Okay.
I have a
gotcha.
short-haired dog in the house for the first time.
Fur or hair? Hair.
Hair, yes.
So no shedding.
It is well, there's lots of shedding.
Oh.
It's a cross between a puggle and a pit bull. So it's a small-sized dog.
Wait a minute.
Yes, no lie.
Puggle,
yeah.
You mean a pug dog?
No, there's a crossbreed of puggle.
A puggle is made of two dogs, a pug and some other dog. What would be the other dog?
I'm not totally sure, but I haven't looked it completely
up
yet.
A puggle. I can't imagine with that. And a pit bull.
Yes.
And they're called now. You combine the two.
I don't know what you
they
call
it.
Yeah, it's called a mutt. So,
all right.
So my girlfriend had adopted the dog out of the shelter. And it is a very sweet dog.
Yeah. Big. What size?
Oh, it's small, maybe like 30 pounds. Small, just she's not.
Well,
huge,
I
but
don't
not
picture
little.
a pit bull as small.
She's small.
Okay, gotcha.
She comes up
This
maybe
is
to my knee.
This is a pit bull poo. You know,
I don't know.
You put poo on the end of it. It's got to have poodle in it, though.
Yeah, no, I don't think
okay.
so.
Is it a pretty dog?
Yes, it's a very cute dog. Has the kind of the snout of the pit bull, but it's a cute dog.
How about the
curled
teeth?
tail.
The double row of teeth that they have.
No.
Okay.
No. And very female, very nice, sweet dog. I think had a litter before my girlfriend adopted.
What's the name?
Flossie.
Flossie. Okay.
Yeah, not Fossy. Flossie.
Yeah, Flossie. Okay. Yeah.
I don't know why she named it Flossie. I have no idea.
Shuffle ball change.
I came into the dog's life about 9 years in. So.
Okay.
But she comes over my house a lot. And
alone.
Sheds everywhere.
So she actually probably has fur because she wouldn't be shedding.
But she's a short hair. Like it's straight fur. It's not like your dog is curly fur.
No, my dog has hair, so that means that that he doesn't shed much.
Oh, okay.
You see, that's the difference. For folks, I was over at Lisa Sunderland Burns' house the other night. We were working on a Pumpkin Fest project.
Yep.
And her dog, she's got 3 huskies, or Siberian huskies,
yep.
And they're all shedding their coats for winter and growing a new coat. Yep. And she was telling me that she had so much fur that morning that she had vacuumed 3 times.
Oh, I believe that.
Yeah.
I've been trying to vacuum.
Yeah.
But I put out my sweatshirt to wear in this morning, my nice black sweatshirt. Flossie's a light hair colored dog, light brown.
Yeah.
Get a little gray.
Yeah.
She's 10. And I woke up this morning and it was covered because she must have laid on it or something. She smelled me.
Yes, of course.
And I wore it this morning because it was cold, but it was very, 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 very cold.
You need to get a lint remover.
Okay. Is that one of those paper thingies? Or
no.
is there something better than that?
Well, there are a couple of ways. They're different lint removers.
Okay.
And
I need like a heavy duty one probably.
Yeah. When I was at Lisa's house, she doesn't let anybody leave her house without doing the lint thing.
Okay.
So
maybe I'll have to message her.
Yeah, but she'll be glad to tell you.
That's Counselor Burns' wife, right?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah,
I'll message her.
Yeah. I am always leaving. In fact, you could probably find some of her beautiful dog's hair. They are so beautiful, Siberian Huskies.
Oh,
have
yes,
you
they
seen
are.
them?
Yes, they are. It's a great breed.
They have these eyes that just stare totally at you, and you can't help but give them everything that they want, you know. And these 3 are so friendly. Honest to God, I love my dog. I really love my dog. Where was I last night? I was at Jason Poland's house, and he has a
Bob, look at your monitor.
Yeah.
That's a picture of Flossie.
Oh, look at that.
There you
go. Look at that. Okay, so that's a tiny little dog there.
Yeah, the little dog.
Yeah. But apparently he's got fur for days.
She's got fur for days. Yep.
Yeah. We Jessica Martin is walking behind me. She's coming in to be a part of this wonderful show, and she always makes it wonderful. That's why it's wonderful. Yeah. At any rate, so you're going to get a lint remover. Now, you've also got to, I would think Lisa Burns will give you some tips and what you're going to you're going to have to buy a lint remover or something like that. I wonder if our friend here, Jessica Martin, Jessica, you got any suggestions for fur removal, dog fur removal?
Clothing.
For clothing?
It's not going to be a favorable tip, but...
What is that? Kill the dog?
Get rid of the dog!
Oh, no.
Just kidding.
Can't. Girlfriend's dog.
Yeah,
She got-
the lint roller, I think, and the vacuum are those are your best choices, right?
Yeah. And here's the good news. According to Lisa Burns, in the wintertime, it isn't as bad.
Okay.
Because the dog has a
Heavier
better coat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, we'll ask Jessica. Jessica, Peter's dog is a puggle. What is a... Is that a puggle? Is that what you said?
It's a puggle and a pit bull. She got to put on the headphones to hear me really well.
Oh, okay. Puggle and a pit bull.
It's a puggle and a pit bull.
What is a puggle?
It's a pug mixed with something uggle. Is there a dog breed that has uggle in it? Ugg or gull? Beagle. It's a pug and a beagle.
That's right.
That's what it is.
Because she's got the beagle hair, the beagle coat.
It's a quiz show this
Oh,
morning.
God help you. She's
I haven't
got
had
to
coffee
start.
yet, and I'm answering
she's gotta-
questions.
Yeah, really? Yeah.
No, we were just talking about because I grabbed a sweatshirt to wear in here because it was cold, and it's covered with Flossie's hair.
Yes.
Covered.
Yeah. So you're going to have to take the sweatshirt off, and you're going to have to talk to your girlfriend, Eileen.
No.
What?
That's your name for her, Bob.
Oh, yeah.
Her name is Megan.
Oh, Megan. Oh, no, I usually call her Katie. Now I've got a name for Katie. She's usually
That's right, you
Katie.
do.
I
You
call her
my
Katie.
mom Eileen.
Your mom is Eileen. Well, I was close. At any rate, hey,
Welcome
so,
to Tuesday mornings.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Jess, welcome back.
Jessica Martin
Thank
is
you.
here, our bookstore diva, our queen of the bees, and much, much more. The regent of realty, and we will be talking a lot to her. We'll talk about Pumpkin Fest in a bit. And for Pumpkin Fest, I thought I'd play the one band that has a name aligned with Pumpkin Fest. Do you know which one group that is?
I'm going with Smashing Pumpkins.
You are absolutely right. Do you? What
Are
kind
there
of,
other pumpkin bands?
I don't
think
know.
so.
I put it in and I came up with Smashing Pumpkins. They are a punk band.
Yeah.
Is that right?
I would say alternative.
Alternative
yeah.
rock,
Yeah, but it has a sort
I
of
think
punk
they
feel to it.
started to get popular in the grunge era of the 90s, right? When they first
Oh, you are there, yeah.
Their Seattle band, right?
That's exactly
Yeah.
right.
Sean loves them.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to play this for Sean and your husband. This is Today, live in 1993 by the Smashing Pumpkins.
WSKB provided by Westfield Electroplating. Employing over 140 skilled platers, painters, and technicians, Westfield Electroplating was founded in 1946 and was the first company in the country to achieve National Aerospace and Defense Contractor Program accreditation, proudly maintaining that status for over a decade. Westfield Electroplating provides over 50 quality finishes to meet your corrosion, cosmetic, or performance needs. On the web at www.westfieldplating.com or 413-568-3716. Westfield Electroplating, putting the finishing touches on technology.
Wednesday mornings from 6 till 8, it's Tina Gorman with Wake Up Wednesday.
Community Radio.
89.5 WSKB. Live from Studio 120 at Westfield Technical Academy, this is WCPC Channel 15 and 89.5 FM WSKB Westfield.
Wow, it's Tuesday morning and I am here with Jessica Martin. And we are so thrilled. Jessica, you and I have not seen one another for how many? Well, I think 2 months.
It's been way too long, Bob. It's good to see your face again.
Yeah, oh, yes. Were you on
Bob, you can look at Jessica. You don't have to look at the monitor.
I haven't.
He's positioning himself to look at the monitor.
I have the same problem. Having this big TV that you're actually on in front
we're
of you,
looking at the monitor
It's
right
very
now.
distracting.
It really is. I think if it were straight on, then we couldn't avoid it, and it would be right there. It doesn't look like we're...
I'm working on that.
I'm going to request next time I'm going to turn around backwards and we'll sit facing one another.
Oh, this
I don't know how that works for the TV
Like
camera,
we're
but
having
we can have an actual conversation.
We could have coffee.
Yes.
Yeah, we've got coffee here.
Cheers.
Yeah, I'm
There we
working on moving the monitor and get it to a spot. I'm also working on a big, huge monitor clock for the studio. That's
So
gonna
we'll
go right
know
dead
at
in the middle.
every moment what time it is.
Yes, that one's going to get... It's at the request of Kenneth.
Oh, yes. It's 6:41, and that one doesn't have the second hand. So, the one on the TV does. 7, 8, 9, 6:42, and
Yes.
10, 11.
That's to keep you on time, Robert.
I see. Then I have to look at myself in the monitor
I'm not sure
occasionally.
that works, even as big as that clock is. I don't think you stay on time. Huh?
I'm never going to stay on time. I'm on that
You're on Bob time.
British television time. European television doesn't start on time, doesn't end on time. Whatever the program is, that's how long it is. That's the way we should have this. And so consequently, I think that we should just go until somebody tells us to get off, or we feel like we need to go cook something or leave the studio. That's the way.
We've actually done a cooking demonstration in here now.
Have you?
Yes, Tiger Talk brought over culinary in their portable cooking station. We had omelets one morning. There are possibilities, Bob.
I swear, we are wanting to expand our programming a bit, right? And not necessarily without going outside of our 6 to 10 time slot.
We could do a whole show about bees with Jessica.
We could.
I would love
on
that.
location.
We could.
I'll give you a camera to go in close.
Yeah, we'll suit you up.
No, I'll give you a camera to go in
give
close.
me the camera. I was going to say, we could suit you up.
I'll teach you how to use it.
Yeah. Now tell me, when you suit up to attack a bee,
Yes.
are you suited up from head to foot, or you just have to put the thing over your face?
So it's beekeeper's choice is the answer to that question. I personally am suited up from head to toe. I have everything covered because I have they call a non-life-threatening allergic reaction to bee stings.
So you get
I
really
get
big.
Yes, very
Me too.
swollen. I get a lot of hives. I get very itchy, and it lasts for like 5 days. So.
And you still love these creatures.
I do. That's why I'm very careful when I'm going to invade their house, and I put all my gear on. So I have the veil with the hat that zips into the jacket, that zips down to the pants, and there's elastic cuffs.
It's adorable. Does
yeah.
it have one of those things in the back that you can use to go to the bathroom?
That would be a great innovation
What a
in beekeeping gear.
Dr. Denton beekeeping.
I will add that to my next.
Do they come in different
custom
colors?
Suit. They do. Mostly white is the popular one because I guess there's something with the bees' eyes. They can't see white, and if you're dressed in dark colors, you could be a bear, so they're gonna sting you right away. So the white is supposed to be the most soothing for them, but I've also seen like light pink and just other lighter colors.
Pastels.
Yeah.
Pastels. I want a pink one.
Yeah, well, you would look great in one. Nice pink bee suit.
I could wear it.
You could be the queen.
Oh, The queen bee. Get it, Peter?
I got it, Bob.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, maybe we'll name our next queen after you.
Oh, Bob?
Yes.
Queen Bob.
Queen Bob.
I love that. I love it. Jess, we have Pumpkin Fest coming up this weekend. Jason Poland and Heather White and myself are so busy putting Pumpkin Fest last touches on Pumpkin
I
Fest.
can't even imagine how much work you guys do behind the scenes. It was so fun last year, and there were so many people, and it's just awesome.
And
I'm looking forward to it.
Well, thank you. It's this Saturday from 12 noon to 6 o'clock on the green. Our harvest market opens at 11, so 11 to 6 for the harvest market, which is between Franklin and Arnold Street. Okay.
What's going to
40
be?
vendors.
I was going to say, what types of vendors? Is it going to be food and crafts and art? And
Well, there are all kinds throughout the festival, but that particular area, there are food vendors. Alo Saigon is going to be there, and Skyline Brewery,
Awesome.
and then the Bubble Mug Cafe from the Pottery Barn. I keep calling it the Pottery Barn. The Pottery Cellar. It's below the barn, but it's better than the barn. Yeah. The Pottery Cellar's Bubble Mug Cafe is going to be there in that stretch. Down the street, we have Pierogi Cafe, and we have Boston Bay Pizza, and we have the Totally Baked group. JP's Totally Baked.
Yep.
And then
The hanger and
also
all the-
Yummy Noodle.
Yep.
Yummy Noodle. No, the hanger, you have to go to that restaurant in order to.
Oh, they're going to be out
pay.
on the street. Okay, very
No,
nice.
they're not going to be out on the street. They're going to be at the restaurant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But so the Artworks Art Walk has regional artists and booksellers, or writers, authors, and that's down from from Spring Street to Arnold Street. And then the Westfield Gas and Electric's Big Rig Rally, which has cars and fire trucks and dump trucks and all kinds of great vehicles, and the service people that drive those vehicles for kids to meet, touch, and sit in, et cetera, et cetera. That's in the lot next to the transit center.
awesome.
Okay. And then down Elm Street is the Trunk or Treat Boulevard.
That's so fun.
And get this. Okay, so this is a trunk or treat. It's put together for us by the folks at Roots Learning Center with the help of Heather White and Jason Poland. And there are these vehicles that have been decorated for the holiday season with their trunks open, providing candy and other treats for kids. Now, we figured we needed 20,000 pieces of candy.
Whew.
Oh my gosh. Thank God to Walmart helped us. We are up to about 13 or 14,000
Wow.
things to give away. We might have to do while supplies last. But we are also giving away pumpkins. Of course, we're giving away, I think there are about 770 pumpkins that are going to be decorated or carved. And our volunteers from 7 o'clock in the morning are going to, from the Boys and Girls Club and Circle K at Westfield State University. Thank you, Westfield State University. They are gutting the pumpkins. That's the job from 7 a.m. to noon. Okay, then on that, and that's on the green this year. We moved it from over on Bay State Dental's lawn for safety purposes. The police asked us to consolidate, so the pumpkin patch is on the green, as well as Home Depot is there, and Staples is there, and we've got this great socks. It's hard to say. Say that 3 times.
Socks, cessful, socks, cessful, socks, cessful.
Oh.
Jessica, you're doing a better job than I could have.
Oh my God, successful.
It's early in the day. I haven't started drinking yet.
That's true. Have another coffee. The successful store is from Rhode Island, and they are selling all kinds of items. You can get items with WOW on them and pumpkins, et cetera, but they do games, and so they have large versions of games. And they commissioned the artist Yvonne Crane from Westfield, lovely Marie, and a wonderful young artist named Maeve Kane from, I think she's in the high school now. They did a mural of Westfield. That is so incredible, and kids are going to color it. All right?
That's great.
Draw the mural. And there are all kinds of other games, the YMCA, the Children's Museum. Oh, God, the arena, Amelia Park Arena are going to be there. We have a how do we say it? Pick a Prize Palooza in the pavilion. The pavilion has the Pick a Prize Palooza. Say that 14 times.
14 times? Now you're killing me. We don't have that kind of time.
No, we don't have that. Pick a Prize Palooza. And there are about 40 prizes valued at, around $100 each, some of them more. They're unbelievable
Please
prizes.
explain Pick a Prize Palooza to me. Is that like raffle tickets?
It's a raffle.
Type? Okay.
It's a
Pick
raffle.
Prize. So
Yeah,
you buy your tickets and you drop them in the bucket of the prize you choose.
I put Palooza at the end of everything, and it sounds exciting. Doesn't that exciting?
It did sound way more exciting than a traditional raffle. I'll give you that.
Right. Pick a prize raffle. Pick a Prize Palooza. So you go in the pavilion, you learn all about Westfield on weekends and the Decemberfest things that are coming up and our membership drive, et cetera, and you get to put in your raffle ticket for all these great prizes. There's a family trip to New York City, a family trip to Boston. There are ski lifts tickets. Oh my gosh. What's that? Darn Tough Socks. Do you know Darn Tough Socks? Have you ever heard of Darn Tough?
No.
They're $25 a pair.
Whoa.
We've got 4 of them.
Whoa.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Darn Tough Socks, Peter?
No.
Okay.
I can honestly say no.
Okay. I just heard about that this week, and they are the best socks in the world. Well, they're at any rate. There are all kinds of, there's memberships to the Y, the family membership to the Children's Museum, et cetera. So that's in the pavilion. Wonderful Watowitz and Associates, they're doing a photo booth. So every kid that does a pumpkin gets their picture taken with the pumpkin.
That's awesome.
And a nice backdrop. And then they go and they also get a raffle ticket. And they can choose between certain prizes. There are prizes for kids, and thanks to Walmart, we have some wonderful bicycles for kids, as well as other gifts. It's incredible. On the green, there is a wonderful caterer, and there's candy and ice cream, and we've got good weather forecasts for the weekend, knock on wood, and what could be better?
I can't think of anything. I had a great time last year, and I am looking forward to coming to check it out again.
I'm in my Father Brown outfit. Oh. Not Father Brown, Farmer Brown. Father Brown is a priest. I'm a little far from a priest at this late age in my life. Speaking of queen bees. But, at any rate, hey, why don't we play a song? Oh, God, I can't get this song out of my mind. I played it last week. Renee Zellweger sings it in the movie Judy. Okay?
Okay.
I said it was a Harold Arlen song. It's not Harold Arlen at all. She sings it in summer stock. That was written by somebody else. But, Get Happy?
Yeah.
I made a mistake last week. I said that, I made a lot of mistakes last week, apparently. Peter, Renee Zellweger wasn't singing with Rufus Wainwright. She was singing with Sam Smith, Get Happy.
Okay.
So I decided we'd play Get Happy again because I can't get the song out of my mind. Only
That's
this
fine.
time we're going to have Judy Garland sing it from Summer Stock, that wonderful movie. Here it is.
Forget your troubles, come on, get happy. You better chase all your cares away. Shout hallelujah, come on, get happy. Get ready for the judgment day. The sun is shining, come on, get happy. The Lord is waiting to take your hand. Shout hallelujah, come on, get happy. We're going to the promised land. We're heading across the river, wash your sins away in the tide. It's all so peaceful on the other side. Forget your troubles, come on, get happy. You better chase all your cares away. Shout hallelujah, come on, get happy. Get ready for the judgment day. Forget your troubles, come on, get happy. Say chase your cares away. Hallelujah, get happy before the judgment day. The sun is shining, come on, get happy. The Lord is waiting to take your hand. Shout hallelujah, come on, get happy. We're gonna be going to the promised land. Go ahead and cross the river, wash your sins away in the tide. It's quiet and peaceful on the other side. Forget your troubles, get happy, your cares fly away. Shout hallelujah, get happy, get ready for your judgment day. Come on, get happy, chase your cares away. Shout hallelujah, come on, get happy, get ready for the judgment day. Sun is shining, come on, get happy. Lord is waiting to take your hand. Hallelujah, come on, get happy. We're going to the promised land. Head and cross the river, throw your sins away in the tide. It's all so peaceful on the other side. Shout hallelujah, come on, get happy. You better chase all your cares away. Shout hallelujah, come on, get happy. Get ready. Get ready. Get ready for the judgment day.
Underwriting support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by the Greater Westfield Chamber of Commerce, the voice of business for the Greater Westfield communities. Informing, educating, advocating, the Chamber provides opportunities for members to make meaningful connections on local, regional, and state levels. For more information on the Chamber's many events, workshops, and programs, as well as the benefits of membership, visit westfieldbiz.org. The Chamber focuses on the most important economy, yours.
Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by the Dunkin' Donut Shops of Westfield and the Sardinia family. It's nice to know that even as the world changes, Dunkin' Coffee remains the same at 7 convenient locations throughout Westfield.
Wednesday mornings from 6 till 8, it's Tina Gorman with Wake Up Wednesday.
Community Radio.
89.5 WSKB. Live from Studio 120 at Westfield Technical Academy, this is WCPC Channel 15 and 89.5 FM, WSKB Westfield.
Forget your troubles. Come on, get happy.
You can sing all you want, Bob. I'm watching a beautiful moon outside the window right now.
Oh, is there a moon this early in the morning?
There's a bad moon rising.
Beautiful. It's beautiful out there.
Well, the moon is setting. Wouldn't it be? Would it be?
It's
a
actually not
setting
moving
moon?
anywhere. I'm watching it, and it's stayed in the same spot, so I'm not sure.
Is there something happening to the Earth that we need to know?
No. It could be very slow movement, but it's just kind of hanging there. It's very pretty.
I love it. It's a full moon, right?
Pretty darn close, yeah.
Yeah. Would you call that a harvest moon?
I believe it's the right time of year, yes.
Yeah. It's peak season. Do you how are the leaves down where you are?
Oh, beautiful.
Are they?
Yeah, there's
It's
some
peak in
good,
Vermont, right?
There's some good
Yes,
leaf
yeah.
Southern Vermont.
There's some good leaf peeping. We went for a bike ride. So what day is today? Tuesday. So Sunday we went for a nice long bike ride around, and we did the Windsor Locks Suffield Canal Trail along the
lovely.
Connecticut River.
Yeah.
And it was real pretty. I don't think it's peak yet right there, but
No, I
it's
think that
definitely
we've
changing.
got 1 week or 2 weeks, according to Western Mass. Hampden and Hampshire County has 1 or 2 weeks before it happens.
But it's still it was a beautiful day, and
Yeah.
fall is coming, but it was still warm, and it was real nice.
Yeah. And this weekend, look at Peter is opening the windows. So not opening the windows, letting the
blinds.
the blinds up so that we can see the yellows, etc., etc. Would you explain leaf colors changing to me, please? I tried to look it up this morning at 5 o'clock.
Explain deciduous.
Yeah. Peter's moving cameras and stuff here, but what we. And Peter, you'll have to chime in on this. What I read was that leaves are provide food for the tree.
Interesting.
Now I don't. and chlorophyll somehow makes
Because that's in the green
food.
part. Yes. Well, the chlorophyll is the green part of the tree, so you
That's
assume
right.
that's in the leaves, and it's not in the trunk and the branches. But
Yeah, and
I'm not a
so-
scientist.
So I think then that the chlorophyll leaves the leaf, and it changes to a yellow or a red or an orange.
Mm-hmm.
Could I be right?
I mean, that sounds right. We'll get.
It-
We'll get
Peter
we'll maybe
says
give it
I'm right.
We'll give it a Google later. But
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
think there's something too. Once the leaves dry and fall, and then they're returning to the ground, that's also
It becomes
feeding.
mulch.
Yeah, so it's another nutrient for our.
I just got
Floor.
thrown when it said that
floor.
the leaves were providing food for the trees, and it just didn't make any sense to me.
It does. It's confusing. I'm
Yeah.
not sure. Now that you
Yeah.
ask that, it's such a simple thing that we take for granted that's happening in nature
Oh, yeah.
cyclically every single year
yeah.
of our lives.
Except we notice when the trees don't change. Like last year, they just turned brown and fell off.
Yeah, and the year before I feel like was really good.
I think
Am I
so.
right about
Yeah,
that? I remember it
yeah.
was a year or two ago where I was just like wowed by foliage, and I was like, am I just getting older and I appreciate things more? Or I couldn't figure out why I was so interested in the leaves changing, but I was really like, wow, the fall is so beautiful this year.
Yeah.
But I think we just had a stellar year. It was
I think that, I don't know if you find this, because where'd you go, Bermuda or someplace
I
this year?
did. I've been all over the place recently.
Yeah, well, so tell us where you've been.
I went to Bermuda in September, which was amazing, and big shout out to Janine Queenan because she planned my entire trip. And it was
She's on
amazing.
next week, Storied Adventures.
Oh my
with
gosh, it was
Janine
amazing.
Queenan.
Yes, she made everything so wonderful for me. I am not a planner, so I do not like sitting at the computer and making the choices on where to go, and then the stress of did you make the right decision, and is everyone going to have a good time, and it's all on your shoulders.
Yeah.
So yeah, I got Janine to do that for me, and it was literally so beautiful when we arrived at our destination that I actually cried. Like I was like, "This is so wonderful! I'm so happy." Yeah, a little tear came out, and I'm not an emotional person, but I was very pleased with my choice to let her pick my vacation
And
So-
have everything done.
Yeah, it was all
Yeah,
taken care
yeah.
of, from
So-
booking the flights to everything. So
What do you do when you get to Bermuda? I mean, is it all beach life, or is there something else?
So yeah, it's a British island in the Atlantic, which a lot of people don't know because I didn't know much about it before I went. It's only a 2-hour flight from Boston. So if you're looking for a short tropical trip, highly recommend it.
Yeah.
I was, feet in the sand and drink in my hand 3 hours after I left my house.
Nice.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
And we went for relaxation. So we did stay in a resort on a very beautiful beach. But we also took a couple days where we explored the island and we did a little electric car. And
See, that's what I like to do. I like to explore.
yeah, and it's a safe island, and you do drive on the left side, so that was fun and exciting in our tiny go-kart car. But yeah, I mean, there's museums, there's old military forts, there's excellent food, excellent snorkeling, excellent reading books on the beach.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
yeah, we did it all, but we were there for a whole week.
So you went to Bermuda,
Yep.
and then you went where else you go?
I went just last week to Universal Studios in Orlando, Florida, for their Halloween Horror Nights.
What?
It was amazing.
Ooh, did you go by yourself? Or?
I did actually. One of my girlfriends lives down there,
Oh.
so I flew down and met up with her, and we just got a hotel at Universal and stayed over one night. So this was crazy. We
You
got
zip in, zip out.
yeah, we got to the park at about noon on Sunday, and we didn't leave the park until 1:30 in the morning.
That
So-
sounds like fun.
Yeah, we were so tired, and then we woke up the next morning and did half day Monday to finish up because they have the Harry Potter parks,
Oh, yeah.
and it's 2 separate parks, and you
Sure.
have to ride the Hogwarts Express from one to the other. So we did all of that, and then thankfully, we went back to her house and relaxed by her pool until I went home.
Oh,
Bob?
so she was from that area.
Yeah, she lived there,
I
yeah.
guess.
So the moon is setting. If you can see it in the insert on the monitor, take a look on the monitor.
This is the real moon.
Yes, Bob. I got a video camera shot. It is setting because it's dropping in the camera shot.
The
So
actual
Look
moon.
at
Oh,
that.
that's so cool! I didn't
Yeah.
even realize
Yeah.
Pete did that. So he's turned the
So
camera.
CPC.
Yes.
Okay, how do people look at this? They can archive it at Yahoo.
Channel 15.
YouTube.
Yep, channel 15, westfieldtv.org. You can see the moon setting. I got to adjust the camera in a second.
Okay, gotcha. It's going down there. Look at this harvest moon.
That's really
Yeah,
beautiful.
it's
cool shot.
almost perfect. I mean, like we should be crazy with this full moon. You know, what do the bees do when they
When there's a full moon. I have not observed their behavior specifically during a full moon, but
Is there any time of day that they're not busy as a bee?
no, they're busy all the time. They don't sleep. They never sleep.
Wait a minute.
Bees don't sleep.
How is that possible?
I know. They don't even hibernate in the winter. They just cluster together and keep warm and eat honey. But yeah, they're never sleeping.
This is are they the only animal that doesn't sleep other than Bob Plass on
Interesting.
Monday evening?
I was going to say, interesting question. I'm not sure, but I'm sure there's other insects
That's
and
a real
animals
odd-
that maybe
odd
don't
thing,
sleep.
yeah.
But yeah, bees don't sleep.
Huh.
Wild.
Busy as a bee.
Yeah, they're working
Is that
all
the
time.
expression? No. That's busy as a beaver.
Busy as a beaver. But I think bees
wait a
too.
minute. What is
busy,
it?
Busy bees, yeah. You're a
Busy bee. But isn't there another expression with bee in the title?
I'm not sure.
Uh,
I want to go back to the full moon for a second too,
Yeah.
because why is it that they say the full moon makes everybody crazy? Look at that! It's in our blue screen now.
Oh, look at my word! Right behind me.
I love it.
Yeah. It's right here.
It's yeah. So why does
Wrong
the-
shoulder, Bob. It's right in
right
between.
here.
It's
right
in
here.
between you guys.
That's not my head. My head is like the moon here. We're both about the same size, if you'll notice.
trying to point at the moon on the monitor? Oh,
Here I'm.
sorry.
A weatherman, Bob is not.
yeah, just the wrong way.
I'll start to slide down in my chair.
Oh, for
and
cripes'
The
sakes.
moon is setting now.
7:06 at WSKB
Oh,
Westfield.
God, I got to play a song.
Is it song time?
Yeah. The Waters of March. I was thinking of people with strange voices that I love, and I started to think of Astrid Gilberto, who did The Girl from Ipanema, remember? She had a slight voice. But then I realized that her daughter sings, Bebel Gilberto, and I'm probably Bebe Gilberto. I don't know how you say it in Portuguese. She's wonderful too. I'm not playing either one of them. I'm playing. I'm playing. Yeah. I'm playing João Gilberto, who is the father of all, and the husband.
At least you brought it back around.
I did.
Oh, my Lord.
Bring it back around to the Stan Getz version of The Waters of March. Now, the singer on this is similar, has that same light voice that jazz aficionados will recognize was like Astrid Gilberto's. And I'm going to try to say this. Heloisha Barake de Holland. I think she's known as Mucha. At any rate, she's a Portuguese singer. This is from the Best of Two Worlds album. It was produced in 1976. I love this, The Waters of March. We're going to fade out at 3.3. Peter? Okay.
É pau, é pedra, é o fim do caminho. O resto estou um pouco sozinho. Um caco de vidro, é a vida, é o sol. É a noite, é a morte, é o laço, é o anzol. É peroba do campo, nó da madeira. Cainga, candeia, é uma tita pereira. É madeira de vento, pombo da ribanceira. É o mistério profundo, queira ou não queira. É o vento, o ventão, é o fim da ladeira. É a viga, é o vão. Festa da gomieira, é a chuva chovendo, é conversa ribeira, as águas de março, é o fim da canseira. É o pé, é o chão, é uma estradeira, passarinho na mão, quebra de atiradeira. Uma ave no céu, uma ave no chão, um regato, uma fonte, um pedaço de pão. É o fundo do poço, é o fim do caminho, no rosto desgosto, é um pouco sozinho.
A stick, a stone, it's the end of the road. It's the rest of us done, it's a little alone. It's a sliver of glass, it is life, it's the sun. It is night, it is death, it's a trap, it's a gun. The oak when it blooms, the fox in the brush. The knot in the wood, the song of a thrush. The wood of the wind, a leaf, a fall, a scratch, a lump. It is nothing at all, it's the wind blowing free. It's the end of the slope, it's a beam, it's a void, it's a hunch, it's a hope. And the riverbank talks of the waters of March. It's the the end of the strain. It's the joy in your heart, the foot, the ground, the flesh on the bone, the beat of the road, a slingshot stone, a fish, a flash, a silvery glow, a fight, a bet, the range of the bow, the bed of the well, the end of the line, the dismay in the face. It's a loss, it's a find, a spear, a spike, a point, a nail, a drip, a drop, the end of the tale, a truckload of bricks in the soft morning light, the shot of a gun in the dead of the night, a mile, a must, a trust, a bump. It's a girl, it's a rhyme, it's a code, it's the mumps, the plan of the house, the body in bed, and the car that got stuck. It's the mud, a float, a drift, a flight, a wing, a hawk, a quail, the promise of spring, and the riverbank talks of the waters of March. It's the promise of life, it's the joy in your heart.
Faço uma ponte, um sapo marrom, um belo horizonte, uma breve desção. São as águas de março fechando o verão. É promessa de vida no teu coração. É pau, é pedra, é o fim do caminho. O resto de toco um pouco sozinho. Um caco de vidro, é a vida, é o sol. É a noite, é a morte, é o laço, é o anzol. São as águas de março fechando o verão. É promessa de vida no teu coração.
Underwriting is brought to you by Boise Cascade Distribution, providing products and services needed for building material dealers, home improvement centers, and industrial customers. They offer everything from engineered wood and plywood to Drex decking and railing, James Hardy siding, and Advantech subfloor. Located at 33 Fowler Street Extension in Westfield and on the web at bc.com, they are committed to providing quality products, great service, convenience, and value.
Wednesday mornings from 6 till 8, it's Tina Gorman with Wake Up Wednesday.
Community Radio.
89.5 WSKB. Live from Studio 120 at Westfield Technical Academy, this is WCPC Channel 15 and 89.5 FM WSKB Westfield.
7:13 in the morning. We've not told people where our trusty, lusty, dusty, and musty and crusty sidekick Jay Pagluka is. Jay,
I think he had a weekend.
Yeah, his wife and he went away for their anniversary.
He's actually not working. That's
he had a weekend.
Yeah, we couldn't talk about it last week because he didn't want Marion to know that he was taking her.
It was a surprise.
Yeah, I think
so
up
nice.
to the. Oh, could I say the White Mountains? Was it, Peter? Do you remember?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, and he had this great resort place up there and stuff.
Awesome.
Yeah, amazing.
How long have they been married, too? They've been married a long time.
What do
Love
you?
that.
I thought. Yeah, I think it's
don't know.
about 20 years. No, maybe 16, 17. I don't know if he's listening. You could call in and tell us, Mr. Pagluka. Oh, speaking of that, I gotta tell everybody there's a GoFundMe account. Remember how we did the ghost tour? We did the ghost tour this year, Joseph.
Ah.
Yeah, and somebody stole Jay Pagluka's a lot of his equipment, including our smoke machine, etc. It was
From
worth
the
like
cemetery?
thousands of dollars. Yeah. yeah. So all of the folks who were part of the tour said, we got to go fund JPEG Lucas equipment because he's been donating it free of charge for years for every event everywhere.
Terrible.
And he didn't want it at all. So if you're, I don't know how you do GoFundMe. You just go on and put in JPEG Luca or Ghost Tour or something like that.
I would assume there was a searchable way to type that in. Yes.
Okay,
GoFundMe.
If somebody knows, could they call us at any rate? Huh? Oh, Danny will repost it for us, according to Peter.
Find
Please,
it on Facebook,
Dan. Thank you. So at any rate, we are raising money for him.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Certainly deserved, and that's terrible that someone would take that.
Oh, I don't know. Have you ever had anything stolen at all? Other than your heart. Did somebody steal your heart at one time?
Yeah.
What famous person stole your heart?
Famous person?
Yeah.
Sean Martin.
Oh, Sean Martin. Oh, your husband.
But really,
no.
John Bon Jovi. My very first crush was John Bon Jovi. That's the
Is
first.
that right?
Yes, I remember being like in elementary school and looking at pictures of John Bon Jovi and being like, "Ooh, I like the way he looks." Yeah.
My God. Annette Funicello.
Okay, good choice.
Classic, Bob.
Well, it was kind of classic. I don't think I knew what my sexuality was back then, but she could sing, dance, and had a really great personality.
That would be the perfect woman for you then.
It would have been the perfect woman. And what she was, I love Skippy Peanut Butter, and so we could have had a great time together.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. But I'm trying to think beyond that, who all else? Peter, who was your crush there when you were a young person?
I don't know. I had a few.
Did Farrah Fawcett or any?
That wasn't for me.
No,
I'm into the brainy ones. So like the Kelly
Joyce, Dr. Joyce Brothers.
McPherson, not Al McPherson, but the one that was the tech on Knight Rider.
Elle McPherson.
No, no, that was her last name was McPherson, but I can't remember her first name. But she played the technician on Knight Rider.
Oh, I know who this is. I think it was Lorna Luft, Judy Garland's daughter.
No. Now Knight Rider, the car show, the show about the talking car.
Oh, okay.
Hasselhoff.
Yeah, David Hasselhoff.
With a Hoff, yes.
Yeah. I was going to watch. He's in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde on Broadway HD, singing and dancing.
Oh.
Yeah.
He can actually sing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's very good.
I was going to say he's very popular in Germany, right? Puts
Very,
out
very
records every year.
Once I went to
Patricia McPherson is her name.
Patricia McPherson.
Yes.
Okay. Geez, you were probably the only one that had a crush on Patricia. Well, maybe not. I don't know.
I hope she's listening. She'd be so happy to hear that.
You're really
dark hair.
She's 85 years old. She'd love it.
Dark hair, very brainy. I like it. Yeah.
I once spent an hour waiting for luggage. There were two people, that had their luggage lost in Amsterdam. Me and David Hasselhoff.
Stop it.
No, honest to God. And he was with his girlfriend, and I was with, I was alone. So it was me and David Hasselhoff and his girlfriend waiting for our luggage to arrive. Mine never did.
That's a good story.
His did, yeah. I don't think I introduced myself to him. We were just... my run-ins with celebrities, I had a Judy Garland story. Did you know that I met Judy Garland?
No.
Yeah. It was 1968, I think, which it was close to her last year, if not her last year, and she was doing the circuit in the summer stock circuit, and. In West Springfield, there was the Storyton Village Tent or Storyton Music Fair, and there she was, Judy Garland.
Wow.
Okay, so we had just opened the Red Gertrude across the street from the Big E, which is now Memo's. Have you ever been there, Peter? Memo's
Cafe, yeah.
Yeah, it's fabulous for breakfast. But so this was the Red Gertrude, and it was a banjo place, peanuts on the ground. We sang beer Oh, they wanted. In fact, the owner Roger said, "I want you guys to have as much fun. These are the waiters as the people."
That's
so
awesome.
we were drinking and having the best time.
Sign me up for that gig,
my
yeah.
God, it was great. So at any rate, we got the word after the show. The bar closed at like midnight. Okay, or maybe it was a little later. Maybe it was 1:00. We got the word that Judy Garland wanted to come over, and we were going to stay open later for her.
Of course.
So she came in, and of course there's peanuts all over the place, on the floors and everything. And she's wearing this silk white Malibu feathers thing. It looked like she was going to the Park Avenue, some party or restaurant at Park Avenue. And here she is. She's coming into the peanut place. Okay. She's with Sid Luft, who was her husband at the time and manager, Lorna Luft, her young daughter, about 12 years old, and Joey Luft, who was about 8 years old. So they all came in, and I was assigned to them as their waiter.
Nice.
Roger Kerwood, who owned that, he was the former owner of Fitzwillies in Northampton, incidentally. He wanted to deliver the drinks. Now, Judy's drink was one big glass of vodka with a little bit of tonic water in it.
Nice.
But she nursed that drink the whole night long, I got to say. And I don't think she was drunk. I have no idea. But at any rate, that's what she was drinking. So he brings over all the drinks, and he trips on the way. And the drinks go all over Lorna and Joey. Okay.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. So she says, "No problem. I'll take, you have something for them to put on." And so she took the kids into the bathroom and put on the cook's outfits that we had. Okay. So they were starched chef white outfits, and the kids came back with that. Okay. So that was the first thing that happened. The second thing was Joey was sitting in his chair, or was it Sid, and the chair collapsed. They had all these old antique chairs throughout the whole place. Nothing looked or matched or whatever. So the chair collapsed. Okay. Then she ordered a pizza with nothing on it for her kids.
The kids,
all right. The pizza came out, and it had the kitchen sink. The chef, who really wasn't the chef, he was a bartender. But he was the only one there, but he said he'd make something. So he thought, oh, she's the queen, and we are going to feast her kids.
Sure.
It had everything on it.
Kids don't like that.
Everything on it.
Plain
Came
cheese
out,
pizza.
and Judy says, "Oh, I'm so sorry. We need it to be plain." So I brought it back into the kitchen, and the chef said, "That was the last pizza show. What are we going to do?" He said, "Take all that stuff off there.
Make another one with the same crust."
Yeah, that's exactly what we did. And so I took all these garbage off of the pizza, and then we
new
delivered
cheese on top.
Yeah. So then Judy gave me an autograph, and I put it in a place where I could remember it, and I forgot.
Where it still is,
And I don't have Judy Garland's autograph. But that's my experience with Judy Garland, my brush with greatness. David Hasselhoff and Judy Garland.
That's a good story.
Yeah, you have a story about, you probably do.
I don't.
You don't,
you
brush with greatness?
I can't think
Oh,
of
come
a brush
on.
with greatness that was.
You've met Stephen King, maybe?
And I haven't. That's my dream brush with greatness. I hung out with ZZ Top once. That was fun.
Well, that's a brush with greatness.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Dusty Hill and I talked about his dogs.
Is that
for
the
a
guy
while.
with the, well, they both have those.
Yes, except for the drummer, Frank Beard, has no beard. Yes.
Oh, no, is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah. Were they pleasant?
Of course, yeah. No, they were lovely.
I can't stand that beard, though.
Yeah, funny that you say that. I am not a beard person, so I respect.
Did you ask to touch their beard?
I did not. I kept my hands to myself, but
that's a different group.
Yeah, I didn't ask to touch the beards, but they are beards that I respect. The ZZ Top beard, like if you're gonna have a beard, have that beard. Otherwise, keep it clean.
See, I've been told I look better in a beard, so people want me to bring it back.
Really?
Several people.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't remember ever in the last 5 years you having a beard.
I had it for over a year, Bob.
You had a beard while we were on the air together?
Yes, Bob.
Oh, Bob.
Holy do you remember Peter in his beard?
I feel like I've seen Pete in a beard, yeah.
I had a beard for several. Did I have a beard at the beginning of this?
No.
No, I didn't. I can't remember.
I've never seen you in a beard.
Oh, when I became a professor, I grew a beard because I thought that's
that's
what
part of the
professors
look.
do.
You get the sweater, and you get the beard, some glasses.
Yeah. So once I left academia, I shaved the beard.
You shaved the beard.
Shaved the
Okay.
beard. Yeah. Baby face Bob. Hey, speaking of baby faces, beautiful. You have a beautiful baby face, baby.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, I'm going to play a song for you today because I was thinking of voices that I didn't like to begin with. Michael Feinstein had a voice that I really didn't like. And then the more I listened to it, oh my God, I began to love his voice. And he sings a song about you, and we played this song before. And it's on a children's album that he wrote called Pure Imagination. Peter, you're laughing.
I am.
Yeah. Pure Imagination he sings with children and whatever. Now, this song is written by Harold Arlen, and it really isn't a children's song. It was first sung by Groucho Marx in Coconuts. And it's not a children's song. If you really listen to the words, they're pretty innuendo. Okay. No, I'm just saying it. Okay. Lydia the Tattooed Lady. Yeah. You know Lydia the Tattooed Lady.
Of course.
Okay, listen to Lydia. Listen to the lyrics, everyone. Is this a children's song, I ask you?
La la la, la la la, la la la, la la la. Lydia, oh Lydia, say have you met Lydia? Lydia the tattooed lady. She has eyes that folks adore so, and a torso even more so. Lydia, oh Lydia, that encyclopedia. Lydia, the queen of tattoos. On her back is the Battle of Waterloo. Beside it, the wreck of the Hesperus too. And proudly above waves the red, white, and blue. You can learn a lot from Lydia. La la la, la la la, la la la, la la la. When her robe is unfurled, she will show you the world if you'll step up and tell her where. For a dime you can see Kankakee or Paris or Washington crossing the Delaware. La la la, la la la, la la la, la la la. Lydia, oh Lydia, say have you met Lydia? Lydia the tattooed lady. When her muscles start relaxing up the hill comes Andrew Jackson. Lydia, oh Lydia, that encyclopedia. Lydia, the queen of tattoos. For 2 bits she will do a mazurka in jazz with a view of Niagara that nobody has. And on a clear day you can see Alcatraz. You can learn a lot from Lydia. La la la, la la la, la la la, la la la. Come along and see Buffalo Bill with his lasso. Just a little classic by Mendel Picasso. Is Captain Spaulding exploring the Amazon? Is Godiva but with her pajamas on? La la la, la la la, la la la. Lydia, oh Lydia, say have you met Lydia? Lydia the tattooed lady. When she stands, the world gets littler. When she sits on Hitler. Lydia, oh Lydia, that encyclopedia. Lydia, the champ of them all. She once swept an admiral clear off his feet. The ships on her hips made his heart skip a beat. And now the old boy's in command of the fleet. For he went and buried Lydia. La la la, la la la, la la la, la la la. For he went and buried Lydia. Lydia, the queen of tattoos. La la.
Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by the Dunkin' Donut Shops of Westfield and the Sardinia family. It's nice to know that even as the world changes, Dunkin' Coffee remains the same at 7 convenient locations throughout Westfield. Support for community radio on WSKB is provided by Betts Plumbing and Heating Supply Company, an independent, family-owned wholesaler serving Westfield for over 50 years, specializing in plumbing, heating, and industrial piping supplies. On the web at bettsplumbing.com or at 14 Coleman Avenue in Westfield.
Wednesday mornings from 6 till 8, it's Tina Gorman with Wake Up Wednesday.
Community Radio.
89.5 WSKB. Live from Studio 120 at Westfield Technical Academy, this is WCPC Channel 15 and 89.5 FM WSKB Westfield.
And on a clear day, you can see Alcatraz. You can learn a lot from Lydia.
It sounds like Lydia has a wild tattoo collection.
Oh, my God. Yes. Hey, Sean Martin, your husband texted us with the answer.
Yeah, the chlorophyll, the leaves in the fall, the chlorophyll breaks down because of changes in the length of daylight and changes in temperature. Leaves stop their food-making process. And that's when the green color disappears.
That's when the sap runs to the bottom of the trunk and things like that.
Is sap food for the tree?
Sap is like the blood system for the tree.
Okay, alrighty.
If there's no sap going to the outer branches, the chlorophyll dies.
Ooh, God.
But actually, the color of the leaf when the leaf is made, it's the color that you see now. It's not the green. The green is the chlorophyll.
Wait a minute.
So the leaves out there are always that color. But because there's chlorophyll in the leaf, it overpowers it and makes it the color green.
Oh, I get
you. So
the
leaves are born with the color you see when they die.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's so interesting. Science history number 1. Yeah. Welcome to Mr. Wizard. At any rate, I've said at any rate enough times this morning. At any rate, you know how you get on a jig or
yes.
a jag?
Yes.
Yeah. And you just, at any rate.
At any rate.
Yeah. What's your favorite go-to?
I feel like the go-to is something that you say and you don't realize you're saying it. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure right now what my go-to might be.
Well, we're going to hear it. And you just, because now that I've pointed it out, you're going to say,
we'll
oh my God, did I say that again?
Now I'll be self-conscious about what I'm saying too much.
Yeah. Those who know you the best can tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I say at any rate.
It's called a tell.
Oh my God, I say a lot.
Yes, you do. We had a drinking game for the parade, and how many times you said, oh my God, and
Everyone's
I got really
drinking.
stiff.
Oh my God, at any rate, let's go on.
That's a good
one. You are the Queen of Bees as well as being the book diva, and you also are a realtor.
That's true.
Yeah. Fall is a good time to sell your house, I would assume.
That is also true. You can get beautiful pictures of your house when the fall comes. You still have those beautiful blue skies, and then the leaves start to change. So it still makes for an attractive photo.
So what do you do in order to... Do you use a man that comes in and takes photographs of your house?
Oh,
I mean, that's the...
You hire out to a professional
100%. I always tell people who are going to list their house with me that I am a professional real estate salesperson. I am not a professional photographer. So if you are hiring a professional real estate person who thinks they can take their own pictures, look for someone else.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know who does that a lot, Bob?
Danny Nason.
And Fred Gore does it as well.
Oh, Fred Gore does it as well.
Fred
God, you couldn't get two better.
That's why he originally bought his drone, is to take housing pictures.
And Danny's taken some beautiful pictures for me before, too. Yeah, I've hired him. Great pictures.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, obviously, he takes great pictures. But
you don't take pictures of yourself in the house. You just take...
No. I did see a great real estate listing, and it's, one of those kind of meme things that's circulating around on social media. But it's, the bad guy from the Scream movie series? It's that, long face mask with the black hooded robe. So it was like a fall listing, and it was like, get this house, it's a Scream or something, and that guy was in all the pictures, like hiding behind the curtain and like in the kitchen making a sandwich. It was just a very funny joke, and I don't know if it was ever in a real listing or if it's just a joke.
Wouldn't you want to go to that house?
I thought about stealing that idea. Yeah, I was like, next season, if I get a Halloween listing, I'm going to put a monster in all my pictures.
Sure. Oh, or you could have...
Just do two sets. You could change it out.
Remember in the 1950s, they always had the housewife with the pearl earrings and everything, and what you could simulate some of those, and then you could have, the dad coming home and the little kid. You could sort of do
and
that.
And that's one of those things where you're not supposed to put anyone in the house. Like we tell people, take down all your personal photos and things because you want people to be able to see themselves in the house rather than someone else. But I like the idea of like doing kitschy actors instead of an actual family.
You could hire actors. You could recreate some of those Norman Rockwell at home pictures or something.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Yeah. Hey, the side yard and the backyard, are they important? And what do you do about that?
It depends on your person. So if you're buying the house, you have two types of people. You have people who want a yard and space and like taking care of that type of stuff. And then you have people who are looking for low maintenance, smaller stuff. So typically, if you're a family, you want a place for the kids to play, or if you're a dog or a pet person and you want to have a yard so that your fur family can run around and all that. Right. So that space does become important. I mean, even without a family or pets, people who enjoy the outdoor space, enjoy gardening, things like that, then the yards are very important. I'm the opposite type of person myself. I'm like, how small can the grass be? Because I don't want to mow it. I don't want to spend my time mowing. I would like more privacy, but how do you get that, maybe a little bit wooded, maybe plant some things or, park some rocks or do some landscaping.
Do you do that landscaping prior to selling the house?
Well,
or is that something,
you do,
does that make it more attractive?
Before you're listing, you definitely want to consider your curb appeal and how people are going to see it when they come. You only get that one chance to make the first impression. So you want great photos of your space inside and outside. And you do want to take that into consideration. You don't do a whole overhaul. Like if you didn't have beautiful landscaping, you're not going to be like, put up a rock wall and plant some perennials. You do want to make it look as nice as possible. Like this time of year, even just getting those beautiful potted mums and placing them in appropriate places, at your foundation, front steps, things like that, just to make everything look more festive.
Is the person who does that the realtor sometimes? I mean, do you go out and buy mums and all of that sort of stuff?
So occasionally, it depends on, how much a place needs. So if you have a seller who doesn't have the funds to, put some money in to make more money on their sale, or someone who just flat doesn't want to, you can put a little time and effort in to make things look nicer. And people do, like with staging, and some people do full out furniture and stage every room, and other people, not so much. You'll just take the pictures of the empty rooms. And it depends on your price point too, how much time and money you're going to put into it.
Sure.
Everything looks better when you stage it a little bit. But also sellers who, want their home to sell quickly are not afraid. You give them a list of things to do, which is super helpful, as an agent, when you have a seller who's willing to participate in the process. And you're like, hey, here's some things you could do. Go out and pick up some mums, clean up the backyard a little bit, make sure the bushes are trimmed and the leaves are raked up and things like that.
Take the clothes out of the
yes.
No.
Don't
out of the dryer, I suppose.
Don't leave your folded laundry on your dining room table. Yeah, everything being clean is definitely important. So it helps you to sell your house if you listen to your agent.
But there are those folks that buy houses that are trashed, like I see on on Home and Garden. And do you ever sell those? I mean, what do they call those? Fixer-uppers?
Yeah, you get a fixer-upper. A lot of people, I think because of those television shows, a lot of people think they want a fixer-upper because it looks like everything gets done in an hour on television. But yeah, I mean, you can get a house for a significantly cheaper price if it's not move-in quality.
But how do
ready.
you, as a realtor, actually bring people in when there's a smell in a house? I remember seeing a house once, and it was a gorgeous house. Only it smelled of cat.
Oh yeah, that happens a lot.
And
there's all kinds of smells attached to houses.
So what's your go-to? What's your expression that you tell everybody?
So I typically.
You ignore the fact that there's a cat smell?
I won't mention the smell, because here's the thing. You're getting to know people when you're taking buyers into other people's homes. You're getting to know them and you want to pay attention. It's like psychology. You want to pay attention to their likes and dislikes.
Right.
And you don't want to influence them in any way. And you also don't want to put any of your own things onto them. Like maybe they have 15 cats at home and you don't know that yet. So you don't want to walk in and say, ugh, this house smells like cats. And then they're like, we don't smell the cats because we have this at home. So I wait for the person to mention it. And then I will go with conversationally, what you can do about that. Like if it's a bad pet smell, you definitely say, okay, the carpets are definitely going to have to come out. And then you're going to have to look at the subfloor and see how badly this staining and smelling is going to go down. But cigarette smoke is another big one. People who don't smoke, if you walk into the house of smokers,
yes.
it's very overwhelming.
Oh, yeah.
So again, if someone loves the house and they're like, but it stinks. I had one of these just this past weekend. I went into a very smoky house, and the couple I was showing it to really liked the house, but it smelled really bad. And they were like, we can't live here. And so I say things like, well, you can a good coat of primer and some new paint and, wash the floors and tear up the carpets. The smell should go. And a lot of it's in the furniture and the drapes and the things that are going to go anyway, because mostly it's, textiles that are absorbing that smell.
Course.
So that will help get
Yeah,
rid of that
yeah.
pet smell too. But you pull the carpets and paint the place and you should get a better smell.
What a dump.
Yeah.
Have you heard, have any of your clients said that Betty Davis line? Or no, you know where that's from? It is from Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf with Liz Taylor. So she comes in and, no. But she says, didn't Betty Davis say, what a dump? And I think Betty Davis said it first, and then Liz Taylor said it in Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. What a dump. Have you heard that?
I say that quietly to myself often.
Oh, you do? And so what do you say to your clients?
No, again, I wait and see, because you never know people what their vision is for a space. And I've had people buy houses where I would never have touched that house. I would have said, I absolutely could not live here. There's no way I can improve this space to make it a place I would want to live.
As you open the door?
No. I wait and see how they like it. If I feel someone is about to make a bad decision, I will definitely put my 2 cents in. Like if someone's buying something I don't think they can handle, I will point out all of the things that are wrong, all of the systems that need improvement or maintenance, and try to steer them in a better direction that would be a better fit for them. But if someone's qualified to tackle a project and they have good ideas and they have a reasonable idea of how long it's going to take and how much it's going to cost, I let them roll with it, because people are way more qualified than me to do home repairs, home improvements, interior design, and all that stuff. And I've seen people buy houses, like I said, that I would have never touched, and then I go back and see them when they're done, and I'm amazed at what they've turned them into. So they've added a lot of value to their property.
Sure.
And I would have never been able to do that myself. So
yeah,
it's impressive.
If you're in the market for a fixer-upper, you tell your realtor right away. That's really good. I mean, because then the market opens up, doesn't it?
Yeah, because there's still a lot of houses available that have been foreclosed and are at low prices, bank-owned properties, or just properties in disrepair that you could get for a low price if you're willing to put in a little time and money and get that equity.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Hey, I've been watching some great television. Ooh. Have you seen The Deuce? Do you watch The Deuce at all?
I have not watched The Deuce, and I'm in the market. I just started watching just last night the Apocalypse season of American Horror Story.
Oh gosh!
So that's what
that's so crazy.
You're way behind.
I know. Yeah. I'm a reader.
Yeah.
They're talking about 1984 now. Next hour.
Oh, yeah, we'll be talking about American Horror Story 1984.
Oh, because that's the new season.
Yeah, slasher movies, basically.
I wait for Netflix, so I'll watch that one next year.
All right, so The Deuce is on HBO.
Yes.
I
love HBO, too. Quality programming.
3 seasons, okay, produced by Maggie Gyllenhaal.
Oh, okay.
With James Franco. Okay. Now, they've kept James Franco even because he's essential to the show. He plays twins in the show.
Oh.
Based on a real-life story about what 42nd Street was, which is called The Deuce, okay, in New York City. When you think 42nd Street, what do you think of?
42nd Street now. It's Midtown. I think of, I know it used to be seedy, right?
More than seedy.
More than seedy.
Oh, yeah.
Very seedy area in the city.
Yeah. What made it seedy, you suppose?
Excellent question. There's all the clubs and prostitution, and right?
You are so right.
Yeah.
And so this talks about 42nd Street's evolution from the 60s to the 70s to the 80s and early 90s, I think.
Nice.
Okay, so the first season, it is rife with prostitution. And so you get to know the prostitutes. And you get to see them as people. and the club owners, etc. And then you see slowly this, they suddenly are, Giuliani comes in and tries to clean up the area, or maybe it was Koch, I don't remember.
Giuliani.
Was it Giuliani?
Yes.
Okay, so he comes in, and suddenly the prostitutes have to go into parlors, and so instead of walking the street, now they're indoors, and then they go from that to becoming escorts, and then you also have the history of pornography. And now this is not for your kids, and if you don't want to see naked bodies, and in the act of being in the act of being themselves, and in the act, I would say no, don't watch this. But I've got to say that there's a lot of humanity in this story, and we are in the final season of it. That it is now AIDS has come in, and so they tackle all kinds of problems, issues about what's moral, what's not moral, feminism, etc., etc. Incredible, and I love the music of that, and they've got some great music, wonderful actors. And I am like, I've got only an hour and 15 minutes left to watch of it, and I'm going, I don't want this to end. These are my friends. These are my friends. And I'm thinking,
that's
then
a
I
good
start
show
to think,
when you're feeling that way.
And these friends are also prostitutes. And these are, you really, or pornographers. And it sort of makes you think that there's a reason behind everything, even those things that we would never be caught doing, or we judge. And a great shout out to The Deuce on HBO. I love that. I'm also watching, I've started the first season of Peaky Blinders. Do you know Peaky Blinders?
I have heard of that, and it has been in my queue on Netflix for a long time. People love that show, but I have not started it yet, so tell me what you think.
It's so good. It talks about, I think it's the turn of the century in England, and there are these gangs. These really, Peaky Blinders is a gang, and it was a real gang. And so what makes this show different is it's so beautiful to look at, number one. The acting is superb. And secondly, it has rock music in a show where the folks it's the turn of the century, 1900s. So you've got bowler hats, and you've got some really great
I like that
music.
contrast. Yeah,
Oh,
that's cool.
It's sort of like Harlots is the same on Hulu. They have... prostitutes again. Why am I watching shows with prostitutes? You can't avoid it. I have no idea. But do you ever know a prostitute? That's a terrible question.
I mean, yeah, of course. Who doesn't know a prostitute?
Well,
we could do a whole nother show and talk about sex
true,
work
Bob.
just across the board. Yeah.
Exactly.
Really?
Yes.
Bob has done a show on sex work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did one once.
When Russell brought in that
yeah.
author talking about
of
sex work.
Yeah, you brought that.
I was here for that.
Yeah. But I had a friend who was one, and once she was a dancer in a one of those.
Yeah, that's
strip
what I mean.
clubs.
There's all different levels of
the
sex work. So I'm one of those people who's like, freedom for the sex workers. If that's what they want to do, and it can be made safer and safer, period.
Yeah.
Then.
And even as a feminist, because you're a feminist.
Yeah. Again, that's feminism. I feel like that's like the number one thing. It's their body. Let them choose what they're going to do with it, but let them do it in a safe way.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. I worked with in AIDS in New York City with a lot of former prostitutes who were doing great work with prostitutes on the street because it was the 80s and there was AIDS was rampant.
Yeah, when it's a last resort, like when it's out of desperation, that's when you do want to like give those people help and say this is not the only option for you. Let's lift you up. But yeah, there's
right. Well, the Deuce is going. You've got to watch the Deuce.
It sounds like it's going on my list.
So Peaky Blinders is so wonderful. It takes about 3 episodes. James stopped watching it, and I said, "Oh no!"
Sticking with it.
Yeah, I'm sticking with it, and I've loved it. And so they're playing all this rock music, or this music that's synonymous with that era, not with that era, but has that feel, that gritty feel. So I'm going to play you Tom Waits.
Ah, okay.
San Diego Serenade, Tom Waits, from the heart of Saturday Night. I love Tom Waits.
Tom Waits is great.
He's got the gritty voice that makes it sound like you would want this to be the soundtrack of a gritty movie. So Tom Waits, the actor and great singer and composer.
Never saw the morning till I stayed up all night. Never saw the sunshine till you turned out the light. I never saw my hometown until I stayed away too long. I never heard the melody until I needed the song. Never saw the white line till I was leaving you behind. I never knew I needed you until I was caught up in a bind. I never spoke I love you till I cursed you in vain. Never felt my heartstrings until I nearly went insane. Never saw the East Coast until I moved to the West. Never saw the moonlight until it shone off of your breast. Never saw your heart into someone try to steal it away. I never saw your tears until they rolled down your face. Never saw the morning till I stayed up all night. I never saw the sunshine till you turned out your love light, baby. Never saw my hometown till I stayed away too long. Never heard a melody till I needed the song.
Support for community radio on WSKB is provided by Betts Plumbing and Heating Supply Company, an independent, family-owned wholesaler serving Westfield for over 50 years, specializing in plumbing, heating, and industrial piping supplies. On the web at bettsplumbing.com or at 14 Coleman Avenue in Westfield.
Wednesday mornings from 6 till 8, it's Tina Gorman with Wake Up Wednesday.
Community Radio.
89.5 WSKB. Live from Studio 120 at Westfield Technical Academy, this is WCPC Channel 15 and 89.5 FM, WSKB Westfield.
Hey, everybody, it's Bob Plass, and I'm here with Jay. No, I'm not here with Jay Paglucci. He's on vacation today. Happy anniversary, Jay and Marion. And we've got Jessica Martin. Hey, Jess, we've got a short time. What have you been reading?
So recently finished Mr. Penumbra's 24-hour bookstore, which I'm giving
sounds great.
2 thumbs up. It was super fun.
What is that?
A little bit mysterious. Has a glow-in-the-dark cover, which I really enjoyed. I didn't know until I shut my nightstand light off and had the book on my nightstand. I was like, what's happening? The book cover glows in the dark.
Oh,
it's about a secret society trying to decode these mysterious books in this New York City bookstore, and then a new bookstore clerk starts to unravel the mystery.
What age is it? Is it?
It's modern times. It's there's a big part of it, one of the characters works at Google, so it's like all this new technology versus old knowledge in books. So that was an interesting component, and it was just a fun read, short, quick read, and that's by Robin Sloan.
Robin Sloan's Mr. Penumbra's
24-hour bookstore.
24-hour bookstore.
Yep, super fun, glow-in-the-dark cover. So get out and get that.
Yeah.
And I just started Where the Crawdads Sing, which
is on the bestseller.
Yes,
Yeah,
everyone's raving about it.
Yeah.
So it's
what
one
are
of
you
those
thinking so
have
far?
to read. I like it so far. I'm really I finished like the first chapter, so I'm probably 20, 25 pages in. Just started it.
Yeah.
Got to see what all the hype's about, But that's takes place in a marshy area, and it's
Louisiana or something.
Yeah, and it's a little girl who's sort of abandoned by her mom in the very beginning, and her dad seems to be an abusive drunk, so she's just trying to avoid him and survive on her own. And they just found a dead body. So woo!
Well, speaking of dead bodies, I've got 15 more pages. I wanted to read the ending last night, but it was going to take me 15 more minutes, and I needed sleep. So, Ian Rankin is an Edinburgh writer, Scottish writer.
Yes.
A mystery writer, just excellent. And Knots and Crosses is his first in a series of 20 books about John Rebus, a mystery writer. Very quick read. I also read The Gentleman from Moscow.
Ooh, everybody loves that book. Did you like it?
Yeah, Amor Towles, Amortowles. It is a very interesting book because it takes place within one setting, basically. It's the Hotel Metropole in Moscow. This guy gets sentenced to life in the hotel and is not allowed to read. And he becomes friends with a young girl, and that young girl helps to open up his world in a lot of different ways. And is it a great book? It's an well written, and I give it about a 7.5.
Well, we do a 5-star system, but 5 stars.
Okay.
Is that a 3.5 out of 5?
3.5, verging on 4.
Okay.
But in Ian Rankin, I would give him the same thing. Ian Rankin, Rankin. So those are our book choices.
Yes.
What about? Where was that Penumbra book? Mr. Penumbra's 24-hour bookstore. What's your rating?
Oh, on that one, I'll give that a solid 3.5. I really liked reading it. It's not going to change your life. It's not, crazy, wonderful literature, but it was a nice, fast-paced read, and I really enjoyed it. So,
speaking of fast-paced reads, we'll talk about it next time. I'd love to talk to you about the series that P.L. Travers wrote, beginning with Mary Poppins. I read the first book of Mary Poppins last week.
Maybe I'll read that too. We can actually have a discussion.
Oh my God, 5 out of 5.
Wow,
It's a wonderful book, wonderful book. And Mary is a little different than in the movies, and there are also 2 more kids in that family. Barbara and Carol in that family, or some. I know Barbara and somebody else. I can't remember. But at any rate, hey, we've had a great time today.
I agree.
A Pumpkin Fest is this weekend. You gotta go. It's 12 noon to 6 o'clock at night, 11 in the morning to 6 o'clock if you're going to the Harvest Market, which is between Franklin and Arnold Street. You can read all about it at westfieldonweekends.com, or you can hashtag Pumpkin Fest. You see us on Facebook, hashtag WOW, hashtag Westfield on Weekends, hashtag Pumpkin Fest 2019. And we will be there, and we thank all of our sponsors for Pumpkin Fest. And we look forward to seeing you this weekend down there.
I can't wait to see you in your overalls.
Oh, I'm going to be wearing my Farmer John. No, who am I? Farmer Brown. I got to figure it out. At any rate, hey, to put us in the spirit, this is Jay Unger and Molly Mason, or Jay and Molly Unger, Harvest Home. This is the Harvest Hoedown. I'll see you next week, everybody. Get out and volunteer.
Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by Westfield Bank. For more than 160 years, Westfield Bank has been an important community presence and commercial leader in the Pioneer Valley, with convenient full banking services in Westfield, West Springfield, East Longmeadow, Agawam, Feeding Hills, Springfield, Southwick, as well as Enfield and Granby, Connecticut. Visit us on the web at westfieldbank.org.
Support for community radio on WSKB is provided by Betts Plumbing and Heating Supply Company, an independent, family-owned wholesaler serving Westfield for over 50 years, specializing in plumbing, heating, and industrial piping supplies. On the web at bettsplumbing.com or at 14 Coleman Avenue in Westfield.
Wednesday mornings from 6 till 8, it's Tina Gorman with Wake Up Wednesday.
Community Radio.
89.5 WSKB. Live from Studio 120 at Westfield Technical Academy, this is WCPC Channel 15 and 89.5 FM WSKB Westfield.
Okay, it's 8:05 and something. Because I don't have my.
Now we don't know anymore.
Yeah.
Our whole day is ruined.
Yeah, now the one on the TV is 54, but it's not synchronized.
Wait. Our day is ruined.
It's ruined.
Ruined. Ruined.
Why isn't your microphone on?
No, why? Why?
There it is.
Okay.
Hello, I'm
There we
back.
go.
Yeah.
We have you for about 5 minutes, Bob.
Oh, okay.
I don't think Bob has ever done
no,
5 minutes.
Well, we got to keep the schedule on time.
Yep.
Schedule.
I'm on a schedule today.
Bob.
Okay.
Do you know where I learned how to say schedule, Bob?
Schedule.
England.
In shul.
In shul.
And Shula.
All right, you two. All right.
And I don't have any sound.
Have you ever been to New Britain?
Just a prop
Have you
today.
ever been to New Britain?
Peter, get a hold
Britain.
of these people, will you please?
Negative. That's not my job.
All right.
We're getting it all out now
I just keep
because
the
I have
trains
3.
running on time.
We're getting it all out now because I have 3 candidates.
I know, we got to get going. 'cause
Ken's
we're gonna
den
run.
here. Yeah. Well, okay. So what do you want to talk about, my friend? Just put. You're going to kick me out in 5 minutes. I don't know what the heck I'm going to do between
Bob,
now
have
and
you
then.
ever been able to do anything in 5 minutes?
No. That's a loaded question.
That's true.
That's
by you,
a
it's
loaded
hot.
question. At my age.
Don't, come on, we're not going to start the
All right.
thing.
You know, we probably just need to touch upon the fact that AHF 1984
Yeah, American
probably the best season since Asylum.
You got to. You absolutely right. You don't know where it's going. It is gruesome, but it is easily followed. Every storyline is very interesting, but they all get sort of interwoven. It's not this helter-skelter business like Apocalypse was, or
Right.
And
every week there's another twist.
Holy mother! It looks like they're going to kill everybody. I mean, everybody's going to be dead in this.
I bet you in the end, they all end up being like psycho killers or something like that.
I don't
Walking
know.
Dead.
I think you hit on it. I bet that this slasher thing turns into zombies somehow or other, or
because there's a character that keeps coming back.
Yes.
Did they have zombie movies then, though? Because it's all that one year.
Well,
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a...
Yeah, no, you do.
They've had zombie movies going back to the 50s.
Okay.
That's true.
What
yeah.
was that? Yeah, what was that big movie that had the zombie? The Walking, not the Walking. No, it wasn't Walking.
Night
Dead.
of
Night of the Living
Night of the
Dead.
Living Dead, yeah.
See, there's hope for me yet.
So do you prefer like vampires or zombies or what was your favorite?
As over for dinner or as
See, I've always been a zombie thing, and I never got into the vampire.
Yeah, I was a
stuff.
vampire.
I don't want anybody whose nose is going to fall off in the middle of a conversation. No. Sorry, no.
Yeah, so Bob was talking about some of the blood and whatever going on with the American Horror Story. Now, I promised you last week, you know what, usually we don't have that much, and then last week there was still a lot of stabby going around there.
Oh, there sure was. Oh, my God.
I told you, I tried to watch it. I watched the first one, and it was all that blood. No.
I actually had to turn away when they were taking this guy fell on a let's just say
a punchy stick.
Yeah. And they had to pick him up.
Oh!
Whoa, gosh.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No, you saw last week's episode.
Yes, of course I did. Yeah. And so more surprises.
And you saw how the Night Stalker was lifted up by Mr. Jingles.
Yes,
and then something was rammed through his head to a tree.
Yeah. This is how he kills.
And then he falls off of it at the end of the episode.
Yeah, no.
And the episode ends there, so we don't know if he's going to come back to life.
No, we don't. No.
I'm leaving him alone.
No. You open your mouth.
You guys know how to clear.
You know, you've heard the expression, open your mouth, put your foot in it.
Yeah,
you open your mouth on an American Horror Story, and you get...
This is open your mouth and get a punchy
stake
through it.
Right,
a stake through it.
Stake through it. And we're not talking sirloin.
I think I'm going to go home and watch Cinderella.
Oh, God. Yeah, Laverne and Shirley, if you want to cleanse your palate.
So on a happier note, I've got 1 minute left to go.
Yeah.
Usually I have a club soda going here.
Yeah, what do you
And
got?
they didn't have any on sale, so they had this stuff on sale. It's Polar Seltzer, and it's Unicorn Kisses flavor.
Oh. James is going to love this.
Seriously?
James, hey.
Yeah, unicorn flavor, or Unicorn Kisses. And you know what?
Yeah.
It kind of
Does it taste like a unicorn has kissed you?
Don't say it.
It tastes like unicorn farts, maybe, not unicorn
Oh, my God.
kisses.
You know, the only people that see unicorns, did you know that story? You know, the only people that are able to see unicorns are virgins, according to the myth. Yeah,
I've got
according to the
nothing.
myth. Yeah. No,
I've got nothing
I
to-
just wanted you to know that. James has decided that he's going to be a unicorn. He's got a unicorn costume for Halloween.
Fitting.
Yeah. Well, and we don't have any place to go. So if you see a horse with a horn on it walking through downtown, it is James. We'll
figure it out.
and me. I'm going to be. I know. You gotta love costumes.
I love costumes.
Yeah, well,
And I'd love to keep talking about costumes, Bob, but your time is up.
I'm going off.
You have to get out and go volunteer.
And I've got to go see you at Pumpkin Fest, 12 noon to 6 o'clock this Saturday on the Green in downtown and on Elm Street. Thanks to everybody who's helped put it together. And the Harvest Market opens at 11 and goes to 6. And if you want to know anything, go on Pumpkin Fest 2000, hashtag 2000, westfieldonweekends.com, hashtag wow or hashtag...
Hashtag we're really out of time now,
okay.
Bob.
Bye.
Bye.
Some people say a man is made out of mud. A poor man's made out of muscle and blood. Muscle and blood and skin and bones. A mind that's weak and a back that's strong. You load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. I was born one morning when the sun didn't shine. I picked up my shovel and I walked to the mine. I loaded 16 tons of number 9 coal, and the straw boss said, well, to bless my soul, you load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. I was born one morning, it was drizzling rain. Fighting and trouble are my middle name. I was raised in the canebrake by an old mama lion. Can't no high-toned woman make me walk the line. You load 16 tons, what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. If you see me coming, better step aside. A lot of men didn't, a lot of men died. One fist of iron, the other of steel. If the right one don't get you, then the left one will. You load 16 tons, what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store.
Support for community radio on WSKB is provided by Betts Plumbing and Heating Supply Company, an independent, family-owned wholesaler serving Westfield for over 50 years, specializing in plumbing, heating, and industrial piping supplies. On the web at bettsplumbing.com or at 14 Coleman Avenue in Westfield.
Wednesday mornings from 6 till 8, it's Tina Gorman with Wake Up Wednesday.
Community Radio.
89.5 WSKB. Live from Studio 120 at Westfield Technical Academy, this is WCPC Channel 15 and 89.5 FM, WSKB Westfield.
8:15 in the morning. It is the 15th day of October in the year 2019, Anno Domini. Kenny Stomsky, Kathy Palmer are here, continuing with our candidate interviews during the month of October. This morning, I have three. We are starting off with City Council at-large candidate Rick Sullivan. Good morning, Rick.
Good morning.
All right, I'm going to have you just pull that microphone up a little bit more to you. These microphones
to block my face.
Yeah. Well, I have three different camera looks on you, so we'll figure it out. Up first, we just really want to get to know you a little bit more before we really jump into the questions. Where did you grow up? What schools did you go to, and what do you do now?
So, by Westfield standards, I'm probably a carpetbagger. We moved, family moved here when I was 5, but started kindergarten, went to Highland School, graduated Westfield High School, went on to Bates College, came back, went to West New England Law School. I opened up a private practice, Fallon and Sullivan, over in Springfield, and had a Westfield office as well. Did that for about 10 years. During that time, ran for city council. Was on the council back in 1990 through 93. Served as president for the last 2 years, and then ran for mayor in 93. Was elected in 94, so a while ago. Served for 13 and a half years. I will tell everybody that it is absolutely the best job I've ever had in my life. But after that 13 and a half years, had the great opportunity to go into Governor Patrick's administration, first as the commissioner of DCR, which is the Department of Conservation and Recreation, which most people know as the Parks Agency. Massachusetts, surprisingly, I think to most people, has the 9th largest park system in the country in terms of state parks. 450,000 acres and 250 individual parks around here. The only place it touches is at Hampden Ponds. So we certainly were involved in some water quality issues up there at Hampden Ponds. What the governor didn't happen to tell me when he asked me to take that job was it also was in charge of all of the parkway system, which around here people would probably know as the Longfellow Bridge, Storrow Drive Tunnel.
Okay.
And there was actually more road miles than there is in the Mass Turnpike under the DCR. So yes, plus we're in charge of dams and well drilling and the Ernestina, which is the state vessel, which is a sailing ship. The problem was when I first came in, it didn't float, so we had to do a major rehab on that. But that was during the first term of the Patrick administration, and then the governor asked me to be the Secretary of Energy and Environmental Affairs for the Commonwealth, which is a cabinet-level position, one of 8 in his administration, and that oversees 8 different agencies, 4 of which are environmental, the Department of Conservation and Recreation, DEP, which is obviously the regulatory agency on the environment in Massachusetts, fisheries, and agriculture. And then on the energy side, it was the Department of Energy Resources, which is really the energy policy setting board for the Commonwealth. So we did a lot with clean energy investments in particular and green communities. And then the DPU, which is the Department of Public Utilities, which regulates the energy sector, particularly gas and electric sides of the house. And then in the last 6 months of his administration, he asked me to come in and be his chief of staff with 2 primary purposes. One was to wrap up his administration and then transition to Governor Baker. And so we did that and then came back to Western Mass. Never moved from Western Mass, so we've lived here. My wife Lisa and I have lived here really all our lives, raised our children here. They all graduated from Westfield High School, went on to college, and all have careers and 2 grandchildren. So very committed to the community, but came back and I'm now currently president of the Western Mass Economic Development Council, which is a not-for-profit. It is not a government agency, so it's back in the private sector. Really focused on growing the economy here in Western Massachusetts.
Excellent.
That was long.
I took my whole half hour. Sorry.
Okay, you're John Bob.
Yep. Okay, so let's start in on it right now. Why do you want to be a city councilor?
So first off, we are committed to the community, and I won't go back. And I say we. My wife, Lisa, the family are committed to Westfield. Love Westfield. The community has been really good to us. And so I've always seen public service first as an honor and a privilege, but also as a way to give back to the community. And quite honestly, don't like the tone that is currently set on the city council and the personal and political agendas that are set by some on the council. I think it's ridiculous to have meetings that go to 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning as they debate the budget and then continue that and then talk about trying to do a 1/12 budget. That is not productive. It becomes personal. There's a personal and a political agenda as opposed to doing what's in the best interest of the city of Westfield and the community. And quite frankly, those types of actions where, you make cuts that late in the morning and then you go back and you reverse them a couple of days later, that's dangerous. Rating agencies, Wall Street, that set the bonds rates for the city of Westfield, they look at those kinds of things. Companies that are looking to come to the community and locate here or continue to grow here, or quite honestly, residents that are looking at the choices when they're looking to move into a community. They look at how the city conducts itself, how it conducts the city business, what the conversations look like. And right now, I just think it's time for a change of that. And I think it's time to get back to, everybody really rowing in the same direction, if you will, for the benefit of the city of Westfield.
I hear you.
Okay.
Kathy.
All right. I have my second question, and by the way, do we want to mention we ask the same questions of every candidate? They all get the same questions. How do you increase commercial and industrial development in town in order to reduce the residential tax burden when nobody wants anything in their backyard?
So, that is obviously a dynamic and a balance. And I think, during the time that, I was mayor, we did have a lot of what would be new growth. But the businesses of today, perhaps unlike back, 15 or 20 years ago, they're looking at a whole package of reasons of why they're going to move into the community. And the biggest one is their ability to find a workforce. And I don't care which sector you're in. Whether you're in manufacturing or you're in distribution or, medical, it doesn't matter what the sector is. The biggest barrier to growth in our region right now is the ability to find a workforce. Find a workforce, retain a workforce, develop a workforce. And so I think you need to really be looking at and identifying how that workforce is being developed. And quite honestly, sitting here at Westfield Academy is an important pathway to producing the talent. When people talk about talent, they're talking about the students that are here, also at the high school. So I think the initiative by the superintendent of creating new pathways at the high school in, the medical field, in engineering, in let's see, I think the other one is culinary and hospitality, and also criminal justice. I think those are 4 pathways that have jobs and careers on the other side. It's a new initiative. I do happen to serve along with my son, who's a lawyer, on the Criminal Justice Advisory Board for the superintendent as they move forward. That's giving a pathway for our students for jobs that are here. And if you point back to again, Westfield Academy, working with Gulfstream and Westfield State University and creating the aviation program here. Those are really great jobs as the students matriculate through and graduate, and then there's jobs waiting on the other end. Many of them will be at Gulfstream, and in this first graduating class were at Gulfstream, but there's a lot of other things you can do in the field of aviation, which is a continuing growing field. So I think developing, which means you need to invest in that workforce. So you need to you need to buy the equipment. You need to have the teachers. You need to support the teachers that are providing that instruction. And I think that's really really important to be doing. So investing in that, and I do think the high schools and the colleges, and if you go just over the line into Hoyle Community College, they have gotten much better about being flexible about how their curriculums are set up and working with companies to create that curriculum and develop that workforce. So I do think that if you can get over that that significant and most major issue we can be very attractive to companies, because when you put the rest of the package together in terms of our quality of life here in Westfield, our low-cost gas and electrics here in Westfield, our reasonable and competitive tax rates, when you put the whole package together between tax rates and assessments, so what their tax bill is, we are competitive. We do not lose and will not lose in the region, and certainly not in Westfield, when those whole packages are put on the table. But we really do need to address that workforce issue.
What is your stance on the public water supply? All right, do you trust the carbon filtration, or do you want to see an alternate source of water used?
So I put great faith in the science and the men and women that work every single day with that science. So whether that's our department heads here in Westfield, I have talked directly with the Department of Environmental Protection, so DEP, that are the people on the ground, but also their bosses. And to be clear, DEP was part of my jurisdiction when I was when I was secretary. So I have the ability to have those conversations at really high levels and check that science. And the active carbon filtration is what is the current and best science. There has been significant testing on well 2 that have all come back non-detect, not below the levels that are allowed, but non-detect. And that is the current and best technology. Going out and trying to find another one and paying somebody else to bring in the water to redevelop an entire new water system, isn't necessary. And by the way, the science doesn't show that the sources of that are going to be any better or worse than what we currently have here in the city of Westfield. And never mind the expenses, or never mind how you're going to run it through lead line pipes and how you're going to do all that, so this is one of those ones that the debate of what is in the best interest, I think, is fine. But then ultimately there needs to be a decision made by the city council and the city, which they have done eventually. But you still have people that continue to vote no with no real other alternative on the other side that is going to provide safe, clean drinking water. And I don't think that there's anything that the local government does that's more important than education and public health and safety. And everybody ought to be able to get on the same page and have reasonable conversations, because some of the conversations in terms of what the spectrum, and there's over 2,000 different chemicals that can be on the spectrums that people are measuring for, and not all are necessarily measured by the DEP or others in the current protocols. But you need to be flexible and move with the technology that is out there is the best. And I do believe that, when you put our local and our state and our federal regulators and experts, they are the best sources of information. So, I think the mayor took a clear, bold stand based in science with expert opinion, and moved that forward. And with all of the early testing, and it's rigorous, has come back as, non-detect. I think the pathway to get reimbursed ultimately by the Department of Defense is clear. It has already shown some results, as there's already been some monies that have come back to the city to be able to move forward on that. And that happened because there was a plan put in place by the mayor that ultimately did get enough votes, but there are still others that are out there to oppose that. And again, I think at the end of the day, this isn't all that dissimilar to a situation that arose back when I was mayor on wells 7 and 8, when we had contamination from fertilizers that had been used in farming, and you shut them down immediately. And you take it out of the water supply, because that is paramount to public health and safety. And then you look and you develop the filtration system, which we did. Those are back online. Those are the wells that serve my house in that area of the city of Westfield. Put them back online. You do rigorous testing on a very regular basis, so that you can certify that it's safe for the residents of the city of Westfield. And along with that comes a land protection program, because you need to protect the watershed, because all of this water just doesn't magically appear in a place. It runs through a watershed. So you want to be able to control as much as possible the land from which that runs. So you want to be able to try to control the watershed, because that's the only way you're going to be able to control the quality of the end product, is if you can control it all the way. So back when I was mayor, we bought additional properties around the wells in those watersheds, again, with best practices from the DEP, and that will have to continue. So that will be a continuing, ongoing expense. By the way, and I know I'm going really long on this question, but I think it's really important. Again, when I was chair of the board of the MWRA, which was part of the functions that I had when I was Secretary of Energy and Environmental Affairs, for those who don't necessarily know who that is the largest supplier of drinking water in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Around here, they supply Chicopee and South Hadley. It's the Quabbin. And so DCR owned the lands of the Quabbin, and there was a regular, multiple times a year, we would buy additional properties to be able to protect the watershed. Because again, the only way you're going to be able to certify that everything is clean is the testing that goes on, the delivery systems that you build, and ultimately being able to control the lands of the watershed.
Excellent. Thank you, Rick. 8:31 and a half. We're going to go to underwriters. We'll be right back.
Underwriting support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by the Greater Westfield Chamber of Commerce, the voice of business for the Greater Westfield communities. Informing, educating, advocating, the Chamber provides opportunities for members to make meaningful connections on local, regional, and state levels. For more information on the Chamber's many events, workshops, and programs, as well as the benefits of membership, visit westfieldbiz.org. The Chamber focuses on the most important economy, yours.
Underwriting is brought to you by Boise Cascade Distribution, providing products and services needed for building material dealers, home improvement centers, and industrial customers. They offer everything from engineered wood and plywood to Drex decking and railing, James Hardy siding, and Advantech subfloor. Located at 33 Fowler Street Extension in Westfield and on the web at bc.com, they are committed to providing quality products, great service, convenience, and value.
Wednesday mornings from 6 till 8, it's Tina Gorman with Wake Up Wednesday.
Community Radio.
89.5 WSKB. Live from Studio 120 at Westfield Technical Academy, this is WCPC Channel 15 and 89.5 FM WSKB Westfield.
You want me to go? Okay.
That's that pointing, that finger that you know very well.
Well,
that's your cue.
I know, but it was your question. It's your turn.
No,
I don't want to
you're
take
next.
your turn. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
You want me to ask a question?
Go ahead. What is your position on charter schools coming into the city, particularly in the Root Road area?
Not a fan of trying to create a solution to a problem that doesn't exist, which I think is what you have on Root Road. Charter schools in general, I think the stated purpose of charter schools is fine in terms of providing quality education for students. I think that there are a lot of flaws in that. They ultimately end up costing communities money just because of the reimbursement rates. Now I know Governor Baker's current budget and the current also the current education bill that's out there says that they're going to improve the charter school reimbursements. Obviously, that is something that we'll have to wait and see if that actually works. But there's no question, for every student that gets sent to a charter school, the community ultimately has a net loss of dollars. And how students are selected to go to the charter schools can be problematic in terms of, which students are going, and the students that are continued to be left in the public school system tend to be ones that, quite honestly are more costly to educate and have larger needs. And so, overall, have not really seen the results from charter schools that I think have that investment.
Thank you, Rick. How do you increase money available for infrastructure, yet keep the schools, police, and fire departments properly funded without overtaxing the residents?
So I'm going to go back, I guess, to my time as mayor, which I realize for many people is the very long past and don't know. But during the time when I was mayor, we had a roads program that invested in redoing the roads, and we would spend, depending on the given year, $1 million over and above. We, at the time, supported the public schools. We were $5 million over our minimum maintenance of effort, which was leading the Commonwealth. We totally rehabbed and grew out the fire department on the north side of town, added additional firefighters and police officers to those funds, and balanced that with the tax rates. I don't believe we overtaxed anybody. We made the investments. We made the investments in our water, which we just went over. We made investments in our wastewater treatment facility, which allowed our sewer lines to be expanded across the city, which are continuing today with construction. So there absolutely is a balance, but if everybody gets together and works for a common good, I think that can happen again. We went through what would have been 13 and a half years of growth in the city, 14 balanced budgets, and that tried to incorporate all that. It clearly is a challenge with municipal budgets, particularly when you're doing infrastructure. It's expensive, but it's what you have to do to be able to move the city forward. And I think that's really what the discussions ought to be at the city council. And, I had city councils back when I was mayor that everybody, at the end of the day, everybody was committed to what's really in the best interest of the city, and can work together. Not that we did not have disagreements. I mean, certainly when you go back and you look at individuals that serve, but you know what? At the end of the day, everybody could also be friends and have a civil discussion.
Okay. All right. Next question. What issues do you have, if any, to making cuts to the school budget?
I guess I don't think it's intended this way, but I think there's almost an implied result that the answer is supposed to be I would cut the budget, and I would not. I think it's certainly entirely reasonable to have a conversation about how the dollars are being invested and into what programs. And I mentioned the ones that some of the new programs that the superintendent has started, particularly at Westfield High School. But I think we have to also look at technology. They have a program now where the 7th and 8th graders get a laptop during the day. They don't allow them to take home, which I had the superintendent go, have you looked at some of the numbers from some of the other communities? And I know everybody's first answer is like, they'll be lost, they'll be broken. Actually, there's very low numbers on that, and that at the end of the day, allowing a student to take that home actually encourages them to get online. They can only do schoolwork on these, by the way. Go online and do additional homework or do some schoolwork on those. And maybe we ought to be having a conversation with the G&E about how we can provide free internet service for some of our families that do not have access to internet. And while I think some of us take that for granted in the city, particularly with the gas and electric and Comcast both providing service here, not everybody has the ability to have access to that. So let's talk about that. So I think at the end of the day, and I mean, again, you can go back, and I'm not going to change my colors. The hallmark of my administration was investment in education, investment in the professionals, which are the teachers that are in the classroom every single day, of what they need to do their job, and that will continue. And I don't think that there's anything that is more important for Westfield and, quite frankly, for the future. I've been a beneficiary. My wife's been a beneficiary of that system. My 3 kids all graduated from Westfield High School. They've all gone to great colleges, Bentley, Bates, and Quinnipiac. And they all have, professional careers now. They are all doing well, and it's because of the teachers that they had in the system. And those professionals, just like our other professionals in police and fire and water and the clerical and the support staffs, they all need support. So let's have that conversation. Let's not just go in with a meat cleaver and say, oh, we're going to cut $600,000 and aren't I great? But I'm not going to really tell you what I'm cutting. I'm just going to lop off a number. So if someone comes in and they say, hey, we're going to cut $600,000 or we're going to cut something out of the budget, ask them what that really is. And that's where I think that would be the hard choice. So the premise of the question is ultimately, let's see how we can deploy our resources in the most effective manner, but at the end of the day, supporting education.
Thank you, Rick. How do you control excess spending, or do you even think we have excess spending right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a talking point of certainly some of the opponents, that there's just the excess, and they keep pointing to the waste, fraud, and abuse line in the budget, of which they haven't found it. And I think, quite honestly, the ridiculous exercise that many of them just went through in terms of those 2 a.m. meetings, making cuts so that they can tell the public, well, we just cut millions of dollars from the budget, and then have to sheepishly go back a couple of days later and put it all back in, because they weren't cuts that they could make in the first place. They were detrimental. There were contracts that were in place. There were requirements that certain things be funded, which they hadn't spent the time to determine where they could even make those cuts. So the reality is that I don't think that there's that, waste, fraud, and abuse line. Again, I go back to the answer on the school budget. Can we have a reasonable discussion about how those deployed, what the priorities should be? Because you can have different priorities. Mine's always been education. If you want to sit and put a different program together that moves the city forward, that's an absolutely reasonable, rational discussion that can happen, should happen, but there's a way to have that conversation. But to just make a percentage cut to a budget is really, quite frankly, cowardly, because it looks good, but you don't actually have to say what it's for. And so again, if someone were to come in and say, well, my goal is to cut 10%, I think the real question is, okay, fine, where? Tell me what it is, not just some number that is, faceless, a program that doesn't touch somebody. They don't have to talk about that. So, I don't think that there's a waste, fraud, and abuse line. I think, all of the mayors were required to submit a balanced budget, so it's balanced when it goes to the city council. Again, is it their job to review it, make cuts, try to reset some priorities? Absolutely. But the budgets that have been submitted are well thought out, and they're balanced.
Okay, quickly and without explanation or reasoning, Westfielder or Westfieldian?
You weren't ready for that one.
Well, it's
Tough
funny
questions.
because when I first ran for
without reasoning.
Oh, I can't. Westfielder. Westfieldian just sounds a little high and mighty, so I'm going to go with Westfielder.
Okay. You have 2 minutes to get up on your soapbox to shout out to the folks of Westfield and tell them why you deserve one of their votes for at large.
So, I obviously, as I took too long to introduce myself in the beginning, I do have a long history of public service. And I think that is, quite frankly, I think people that are in public service, that's an honored profession still. I know there's a lot of people out there that don't think that people that are in government, particularly any form of government, is particularly a noble profession anymore, but I think it is. And I think local government is a way to give back. And, quite honestly, the best jobs I ever had were when I was in municipal government. So, I will certainly personally like the job, but I have watched the conversation. I have watched the tenor of the discussion, and I think it's wrong, and I don't think it's in the best interest of the city. So I've offered myself backup for public service, and I would be honored to serve again. And be somewhat of a voice of, some history on it, but I think also somebody that has been able to bring people together, have discussions, and get to a common goal and a common good. At the end of the day, Westfield has been really good. I think I've invested a lot of personal time, my family has, in Westfield, and cared deeply about Westfield and where it's going. And quite honestly, I just don't like the direction that's been set by some of on the city council. So, as my mother would say, you can't sit and complain. If you're gonna complain, you got to step up and try to do it yourself. So we're re-entering the fray.
Excellent. Thank you, Rick Sullivan, candidate for council at large. We got all of our time chewed up here. We did really good, right down to the exact second.
Well, after you told me to shorten it up, I was...
All right, I have 2 more interviews after this. Pete, take me away.
Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by the Barnes & Noble College Bookstore in the Ely Campus Center, offering Westfield State T-shirts, sweatshirts, and gift merchandise, all of your academic needs, and offering textbook materials in new, used, ebook, and rental formats. Available at the bookstore on campus or online at westfieldstate.bncollege.com. Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by Comcast and Xfinity.com, offering Xfinity TV, Internet, home phone, and home security services. Information on all that Xfinity has to offer in the Westfield area is available online at Xfinity.com.
Underwriting is brought to you by Boise Cascade Distribution, providing products and services needed for building material dealers, home improvement centers, and industrial customers. They offer everything from engineered wood and plywood to Drex decking and railing, James Hardy siding, and Advantech subfloor. Located at 33 Fowler Street Extension in Westfield and on the web at bc.com, they are committed to providing quality products, great service, convenience, and value. Underwriting. Support for community radio on WSKB provided by Westfield Electroplating. Employing over 140 skilled platers, painters, and technicians, Westfield Electroplating was founded in 1946 and was the first company in the country to achieve National Aerospace and Defense Contractor Program accreditation, proudly maintaining that status for over a decade. Westfield Electroplating provides over 50 quality finishes to meet your corrosion, cosmetic, or performance needs. On the web at www.westfieldplating.com or 413-568-3716. Westfield Electroplating, putting the finishing touches on technology.
Wednesday mornings from 6 till 8, it's Tina Gorman with Wake Up Wednesday.
Community Radio.
89.5 WSKB. Live from Studio 120 at Westfield Technical Academy, this is WCPC Channel 15 and 89.5 FM, WSKB Westfield.
8:47 in the morning. It's the 15th day of October in the year 2019, Anno Domini. This is the Den Ken Stomsky. Behind the mic as I am each and every Tuesday morning. I am joined by Den Mother Kathy Palmer.
Den Mother, I'm the senior. What?
Senior what?
Sure.
You stopped after you said senior.
I was going to say that I would be the senior example of behavior, but I'm not so sure that's a good thing with you, Ken. So never mind. We'll just chalk that up to nothing.
Well, I was nice, and after 2 years of being side chick, which you demanded, I upgraded you to Den Mother.
Den Mother. Ken's Den Mother. That sounds so much more royal. So much more exemplary. I feel important.
But deep down inside, everyone still knows that you're my side chick.
Side chick. Okay, moving along now. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning. Good
nice
morning.
to see you. Nice to be back.
Mm-hmm.
Nice to have our full morning. We have a full morning here of candidates coming in for interviews.
As we do next week and the week after that.
We do. So everyone out there, we don't care. Whoever you vote for, just make sure you get out there and vote when it comes time. Or you can't complain. Well, you could.
Well, you can.
I'll still complain, but that's okay.
Yeah.
But you'll vote.
I will vote, absolutely. And I also hear people say, "Well, you know, I don't have X amount that I want to vote for." You know what? I don't care if you vote for 2. There must be someone you can vote for.
Oh, it's always the same people and the same thing all the time. And if that's the case, take out papers and run.
That's right. And it's not.
It doesn't take very many signatures.
This time it's very different.
Yeah. We're trying to exclude Ralph right now for the next 30 seconds or so that we keep everyone's time equal.
Ralph is here?
So that we don't appear partial. Because as we know, I am what's that moniker from that new station? Fair and Balanced.
Fair and balanced.
Or I could be fairly imbalanced.
I'll go with the fair. I'm not going with the balanced.
What about fairly imbalanced?
That's getting it. Actually, what we do try to do, though, is we do try to give the same opportunities to all of our candidates coming in. We have a set amount of questions. We try not to vary. We try not to extrapolate from the questions. We allow the candidates to do their own extrapolation as they see fit. Mm-hmm. But we don't give any opinions and we don't give any more information than we need to. How's that?
Until they come in to the show after the election, and then they'll
Well,
I'll
then
get in
you're-
there. I'll get in
they're
their
fair
ear
game.
then.
They're
Yeah.
fair game then.
All right,
They know that.
8:50 in the morning. I have right now City Council candidate for Ward 2, Ralph Figge. Good morning, Ralph.
Good morning. How's everybody today?
Fair to Midland.
That's not bad. Michigan's a good state. Once in a while.
We have to keep decorum here and treat everyone equally. So I'll chuckle but won't laugh. Ralph, we like to get to know everyone before we get into the questions. So where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to school? What do you do now?
Well, I grew up in a small farming community in Ohio called Wauseon, Ohio. It's about 7,000 residents. I went to Wauseon High School, graduated in 1969. I just had my 50th high school reunion. And that was quite a trip back into memory lane. From high school, I went to Anderson University in Anderson, Indiana. I got me my college degree there, and then moved to the Northeast, moved to Williamstown, Massachusetts. And at Williamstown, I started working at Sprague Electric, and through their employee assistance program, I got a master's in guidance and counseling at North Adams State, which is now MCLA. Moving to Westfield, I continued my education up at Westfield State and got certification in special education and a couple other areas. So I've been around. That's where I grew up. My parents just celebrated their 70th wedding anniversary. So it's quite a weekend to go to Ohio. 50th high school reunion and a 70th wedding anniversary. I'm married to my wife, Susan, for 37 years, just last week. And we have two children, Dr. Sean Figge, who's in Omaha, Nebraska, and Lauren Figge, who lives in Springfield and works in Westfield.
Excellent. Thank you, Ralph. Why do you want to serve on the council?
I grew up in a household that felt that community service and giving back and volunteering was very important. So from an early age, we were with my parents volunteering at things, doing things. My father was a member of the Republican committee in the county, and so he set an example for us. When I went into college, I continued along the line, took a lot of political science classes, and found it really, I find government fascinating and how it was laid out. I think the forefathers, when they wrote the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, were light years ahead of where everybody else was. If we look at those two documents today, they're still living, they're still breathing, they're still working. And the separation of powers is just what I really focused on in college. So when I moved to Westfield and got married and we had kids, I started as the Abner Gibbs PTO president for 10 years, and then I got involved with the Blandford Ski Area for 10 years and was on that board of directors, and then continued that once I retired as a city councilor. So I like the idea of being involved. I like to be part of the solution instead of part of the problem, and I feel that what I can do in representing Ward 2 is to represent the citizens there and try to rectify any concerns that they have.
Okay. All right, Ralph, how do you increase commercial and industrial development in town in order to reduce the residential tax burden when nobody wants anything in their backyard?
That's a real tricky one.
It is.
And
Thank you.
I think your previous speaker kind of hit it out of the park with what he was saying on all that, and it's going to be a hard act to follow. But I agree with what candidate Sullivan was saying about the educated workforce. We have to continue to develop a workforce that can fulfill the jobs that are available at this point. And I think that goes to the whole idea of investing in education, investing in training programs, however and wherever they can be. Because if you don't have a skilled workforce, you're not going to increase any kind of development. There's only two ways to increase revenues coming into a city. And one is through development and new taxes that way, or through state and federal grants. Now, we're not always, you never want to base your budget on grants because you never know from one year to the other where they are. So developing industry and commercial properties is very important. I think that a dialogue needs to start very early on in the process. If a company is looking to come into town, the neighbors especially need to be informed as to where the location is going to be and what type of a company it's going to be? What are they going to do? And if you can build and start building consensus at that level, then when you get to the permitting process, which is very cumbersome in Westfield, which is another topic of discussion, you might have a better chance of getting it into somebody's backyard.
Okay, thank you, Ralph.
Thank you.
And please take your time with this next one. What is your stance on the public water supply? Do you trust the carbon filtration, or do you want to see an alternate source of water used?
That was one of the hardest votes we had to take, but I felt it was one of the most informed votes as a city council we took. It was on the $18 million bond. We had a wealth of information that was brought and provided. I'm not a water man. I'm not a chemical engineer. I'm not any of those. So I have to rely on the experts to provide me with the information. I'm very comfortable with the graduated carbon filters. I think that the evidence that was presented at the 4 council meetings when we had the 4 votes showed that the information provided by the experts, the people in our water department, the state people, the federal people, all indicated that this is the state-of-the-art technology at this time. Now, in 10 years, is it going to be? We don't know. But it was imperative upon the council to get safe water to the north side as soon as possible. The filters seem to be effective and also expedient and also expensive. Hopefully we'll be able to recoup some of those funds, and that's just started. The idea of an alternate source is a topic that should be discussed. It's a topic that has some possible merit, but it does have a whole lot of other issues that go along with it. So I think the biggest thing about the filters is there's 4 houses on Sandy Hill Road, and they had levels much higher than wells 7 and 8. And the filters that were put in there are the same type of filters that we're going to put on 7 and 8, and they're being very effective. There's been no breakthroughs on those filters. It's been over 1.5 years. They haven't been changed. So I think that is one of the biggest tests and shows that, yeah, these things are going to work. So my feeling is that we made a good decision. I don't think it's going to be the final decision. I think in years to come, technology is going to advance, and there may be a better way to do it, and we need to keep looking for those ways.
Thank you, Ralph.
Okay. What is your opinion on charter schools coming into the city, particularly in the Root Road area?
As a retired educator, I've spent 25 years at Agawam High School in public education. I don't see charter schools living up to what they were supposed to be when they first were introduced into the state. When the charter schools first were introduced, it was an opportunity for innovation and new ideas to be developed, new techniques, and I don't see any of that happening. I don't see anything different between a charter school and a public school. I just see a drain on local resources. We, as citizens and a city, we must pay the tuition for these students that choose to go to a charter school. And so that takes money away from our public education. So I don't think the results are there where they should be. The state reimbursement is definitely not 100%. I think it's more like 45 or 50%. So we're losing money on every student that walks out the door. I don't think that the quality of education compared to the public education opportunities we have here in Westfield warrant a charter school in Westfield. So I'm not a fan of charter schools. I think that, excuse me, I think it's important to provide options to students, but I don't think charter schools are the way to go.
Okay, great. We are halfway through. Pete, let's hear from our underwriters.
Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by the Barnes & Noble College Bookstore in the Ely Campus Center, offering Westfield State t-shirts, sweatshirts, and gift merchandise, all of your academic needs, and offering textbook materials in new, used, ebook, and rental formats. Available at the bookstore on campus or online at westfieldstate.bncollege.com. Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by Comcast and Xfinity.com, offering Xfinity TV, Internet, home phone, and home security services. Information on all that Xfinity has to offer in the Westfield area is available online at Xfinity.com.
Underwriting is brought to you by Boise Cascade Distribution, providing products and services needed for building material dealers, home improvement centers, and industrial customers. They offer everything from engineered wood and plywood to Drex decking and railing, James Hardy siding, and Advantech subfloor. Located at 33 Fowler Street Extension in Westfield and on the web at bc.com, they are committed to providing quality products, great service, convenience, and value.
Wednesday mornings from 6 till 8, it's Tina Gorman with Wake Up Wednesday.
Community Radio.
89.5 WSKB. Live from Studio 120 at Westfield Technical Academy, this is WCPC Channel 15 and 89.5 FM WSKB Westfield.
We are back with City Council candidate for Ward 2, Ralph Figge. We are going to continue on with our questions. And right now we are up to, let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 left. And one of them doesn't really mean anything.
I thought that was the most important.
All right. How do you increase money available for infrastructure, yet keep the schools, police, and fire departments properly funded without overtaxing the residents?
That's the balancing act we do every year in June when it comes to the city budget. We have a definite amount of money that we can spend, and we have to prioritize where we can spend that. And that's the delicate part of approving the mayor's budget. Now, the mayor and his department heads will put forth what they think are the priorities. Then it's up to the council to say yes or no to that, and then try to redefine if we don't agree with where the money's spent. To increase revenues in the city is difficult. If you don't raise taxes, you have to increase the amount of new growth that you have coming in. There's going to become a time when new growth isn't going to be possible. All the land and everything that can be developed will be developed. So it's tough, it's hard. It takes the ability to advocate for a program or for a department. It takes the ability to compromise and say a little here, a little there, and then we move here. As far as designated a specific stream of money towards infrastructure, I don't think is a wise move to go. I think that you need to trust your department heads and the budget, and then work through that process in order to distribute the money throughout and to all the stakeholders in the city. Everybody will say that their department's the most important, that they have to have all this, A, B, and C. I think you can see as part of the budget process this year is that a little bit was taken from a multitude of different areas. So it's really, really difficult. It's hard. You're up till wee hours in the morning in order to try to do what you feel in the end is what's in the best interest of Westfield.
Interesting. What issues do you have, if any, with making cuts to the school budget?
I've been the liaison to the school committee from the city council for the last 5 years. And in those 5 years, I've been able, through working with various superintendents, especially this latest superintendent, to be able to present to the council a well thought out, a well derived budget to the city council. I have proposed the motion every year to accept the city school budget as presented, and it has passed. I am not a fan of cutting school budgets just to cut the budget. If there is a specific area where we can cut it, I think the school committee and the superintendent will do that. That's their job. The school committee is set to run the schools. The superintendent is in charge of the budget to the school committee. All the city council can do is approve the bottom line. We can't line item veto anything in their budget. So that being said, that being stated, we have to work closely with the superintendent and the school department, the school committee, in order to have input into their budget. And I've done that by going to all the budget meetings along. So in the end, I'm not a favor of cutting to cut for cut's sake.
Okay, thank you, Ralph. And you have plenty of time to get into this next question. How do you start to control excess spending, or do you even think we have excess spending?
That's a tough question because it starts on the premise that there's fluff in the budget. And the budgets I've seen for the last 6 years have not been excessive. They've been balanced, which is required by law. The mayor does a good job at presenting a balanced budget to the council to look at and to make suggestions or recommendations or cuts. Some councilors say that we've had $5 million in free cash the last few years, but that's not indicative of excess spending. What it shows is that through good fiscal management, there's money left over from some departments that didn't spend it all. But also included into your free cash is your hotel tax, your meals tax, and any collected taxes from back taxes. So there's a lot of different revenue streams that add up to that $5 million. So I think if we took all that out, we might have had $1.5 million that was left over.
Mm-hmm.
And that can be from a multitude of reasons. So I think one thing that might help us manage a little better is if we could get monthly statements of the expenditures, and we can see where each account is at. Now, the school committee does that. Every month, or every twice a month, every meeting, Ron Ricks will present to the school committee the budget where it's at. And it shows where they are, how much money they have, how much they spent, how much they have left. And I'd like to see something like that on the city side. I think that might be beneficial. But I don't think that there's a whole lot of fluff in the budgets anymore. I don't think there is any hidden pockets of money, stashed away for a rainy day. I think that we do a pretty good job of doing that. But I think we could monitor it a little better if we had some more technology, a little different look at things.
Okay. Kathy, you get the fun one now.
I get this. Well, he wrote on here that it's non-binding, but I'm going to counter his authority, and I'm going to say this is a binding question.
Okay.
And it is one of the most heaviest questions of the morning.
We don't care what he says, and we'll never hold it against him and never bring it up again.
Do you prefer the term Westfielder or Westfieldian?
Ooh, I think I like Westfielder.
Seems to be the winner.
I don't think anyone's said Westfieldian yet.
I think Westfielder has more of a ring to it, more of a, that's solid. Let's go with that one. So
okay.
All right. So this is the part of the interview where you get to get up on your soapbox and shout out to the fine folks of Westfield as to why you deserve one of their votes coming up on November 5th. I know we're going to have time left over, and in the email that I sent out to all the counselors, that happens every now and then, and we can just do free-form chat after that. I promise I won't hit any hot buttons or throw any hard balls at you. So, Mr. Figgy, this is your soapbox.
Well, thank you. First of all, thank you guys for doing this. I think it's an important service that you provide. Excuse me. To the public. I sound like Dave Billups here.
Yes, you do.
I just like to say that Westfield's a city I chose to live in. I didn't have to decide to live here. I chose to. So I wasn't born here. I wasn't bred here. But I chose to live in Westfield and raise my family. My wife and I have two great kids. My son is a microsurgeon at the Buffett Cancer Hospital in Omaha, Nebraska. He's a product of the Westfield Public Schools. He went to Westfield High School, graduated, went to Siena College. From there, he went to the University of Toledo Med School. From there, he went to UMass Worcester for a 6-year residency as a plastic surgeon. And then last year, he was at Ohio State in a fellowship program to become a microsurgeon. And all that is because of the foundation that public education gave him. Westfield Public Schools prepared him to further his career to where he wanted to go. My daughter Lauren is the supervisor of science, technology, and engineering for the Westfield Public Schools. She also graduated from Westfield High School, went to Ohio Wesleyan University, received her teaching credentials. Then she went to work in a charter school on the south side of Chicago. She worked there for 3 years. And
Tough girl.
She is a tough girl. And I can debate the treatment of employees at charter schools till the cows come home, but that's time for another day. But she then went to Commerce High School for 3 years, then last year became the supervisor here in Westfield. During that period of time, she got her master's at Endicott College. So again, both of my kids have had great futures because of the education they received here in Westfield. And I can't say thank you enough to the dedicated teachers and professionals that we have in our public schools. So choosing to be in Westfield, then I chose to become involved. I feel that I'm a receptive person, that people can approach me, ask me questions, express their problems, and I really try to find solutions. If I can't solve the problem, I'll tell them I can't do that. It's not within our realm. It's something we can't do. But the communications that I have with the residents of Westfield, I feel are good. I've had monthly office hours at the senior center to make myself available. My phone number's out there. The emails are there. So I really think that what a ward counselor does is a little different than an at-large counselor. A ward counselor is pretty much primarily focused on a certain area of the city, although we have to take the whole city into our consideration when we do make decisions for the city. I really love this city. I think this is a great city. I've had great success raising a family here, and I just want to keep that going. So hopefully someday my children will choose to live in Westfield. That's my hope. Whether that happens, who knows? But I really feel that I have been receptive and I'm approachable, and I can find solutions to problems.
All right. Thank you, Ralph.
Well, thank you.
All right.
I do have a question, if I might, and it's not going off script because I've asked other counselors that are running that have been on the show. Just to reiterate, with Ward 2, when you're running for a specific council,
All right.
if you could tell the people what Ward 2 actually is, because believe it or not, there are people who don't know what ward they're in.
Ward 2 basically starts at Mill and South Maple, and it comes up Mill Street to West Silver Street, and then it heads east. So you have that Abner Gibbs area.
Okay.
It also is along Main Street to the bridge, just before the shops start.
Okay.
And that goes both north and south in there. And then I cross the river and I follow Elm Street up to Notre Dame across to Mosley down to Union, and then back. So I have that little chunk up on the north side, and then I have most of it in the Abner Gibbs area, Meadow Street, that kind of area. So,
okay. Good.
So that's Ward 2. It's got some downtown, it's got some business, it's got some residential, it's got some elderly, it's got some public housing. It's really kind of a mixed bag of everything. It's got a few schools.
And unfortunately, it has one of the lowest voter turnouts at the elections.
It does.
Does it?
It does. It's the lowest.
Yeah.
And
when I go to the poll, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I look down and I see 170 or whatever, and I'd like to see that improve.
Well, yeah, 2A has a lower turnout than 2B, and you're in 2A.
Yeah.
But I think one of the best things we did trying to improve voter turnout was consolidate both A and B at the senior center. Plenty of parking.
It's easier for me to walk to Fort Meadow.
Easier. Well, it would have been to Fort Meadow, but most people didn't walk to Fort Meadow; they drove, and it caused the traffic.
Oh, I can see that. Yes.
So, but yeah.
Yeah. All right, we are just about out of time. Ralph Figge, I want to thank you for coming in.
Well, I want to thank you again for having me. This is a great opportunity, and I really appreciate everything you guys do.
Excellent. Pete, I would like to do a very, very quick song and then do our underwriters, or vice versa, whatever you'd like to do. All right, I'm getting the thumbs up from Pete. Take me away.
1, 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, rock. 5, 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, rock. 9, 10, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, rock. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight. Put your glad rags on, join me home. We'll have some fun when the clock strikes 1. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight. We're gonna rock, rock, rock till broad daylight. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight. When the clock strikes 2, 3, and 4, if the band slows down, we'll yell for more. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight. We're gonna rock, rock, rock till broad daylight. We're gonna rock around the clock When the chimes ring 5, 6, and 7, we'll be right in 7th heaven. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight. We're gonna rock, rock, rock till broad daylight. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight. Oh, when it's 8, 9, 10, 11, 2, I'll be going strong, and so will you. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight. We're gonna rock, rock, rock till broad daylight. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight. When the clock strikes 12, we'll cool off, then start rocking around the clock again. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight. We're gonna rock, rock, rock till broad daylight. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight.
Underwriting for WSKB's community radio programming is brought to you in part by R. Levesque Associates. They are offering landscape architecture, civil engineering, environmental permitting, and land surveying. RLA is a second-generation company devoted to excellence in the planning and design of outdoor spaces. On the web at rlaland.com or at 40 School Street in Westfield.
Underwriting for Community Radio on WSKB is brought to you in part by Rockies. Over 30 convenient locations throughout Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Connecticut, and Florida. One of the nation's largest ACE dealers. Expertise and great product selection in paint, hardware, lawn and garden. That's Rockies. Rock solid service since 1926. On the web at rockies.com.
Wednesday mornings from 6 till 8, it's Tina Gorman with Wake Up Wednesday.
Community Radio.
89.5 WSKB. Live from Studio 120 at Westfield Technical Academy, this is WCPC Channel 15 and 89.5 FM WSKB Westfield.
Did you just hear that, Kathy?
What?
Pete bickering or barking. Yeah, it was barking.
He was barking?
He was trying to get my attention. You're going on. I always know when I'm going on. And then you start
Okay,
to
so the first time you don't, I'll open your mic.
Oh,
and
we're
maybe
over
there.
And then you start to hear him. 5, 4, 3.
Well, he still thinks Bob is here, and he has to do that.
Oh.
Are you on the air now?
Burn.
So we actually have Mary Ann scheduled 9:25 to 9:50. Or 9:55. So we can go to 9:20 to 9:50.
All right.
And that will keep us from bantering back and forth for the next 5 minutes.
Of which people would prefer not to listen to anything anyway.
Okay.
So
that were there.
Not babble.
That were there. Also, Marianne won't feel awkward with us just talking to each other.
If they plan to tune in at 9:25, public meeting.
Oh, goodness
Open
gracious.
meeting law.
Oh, goodness.
No, we don't have a quorum,
Okay,
so that doesn't matter.
All
I see these.
But
kids.
we're going to be replaying this,
Right,
and I post up on social media, and nobody wakes up to watch this
Should I put
anyway.
these on?
So
Wait,
it helps.
No, you said we had 23 followers.
23. Okay,
23.
I apologize to my 23 viewers.
Did you lie to me, Ken? Do we not have 23? Did you?
I'm pretty sure it's 23.
I want their names. I want their numbers. I'm going to call them and say, "Do you get up at 8 o'clock in the morning?" I overslept this morning, Ken.
Oh,
you did. I knew that was going to happen.
So we are going to start a little bit early so that, as I said, Marianne doesn't feel just awkward watching us talk for the next few minutes. Because, we give everyone...
Well, I didn't know you were officially on the air yet.
Yeah, well, we give everyone the equal amount of time. So that's why, because if I went 3 minutes extra...
Somebody
what is it, 30 minutes?
Yep. People are going to be watching the clock on that monitor.
Okay.
And they're going to go, you know what? You gave Marianne an extra minute. You're not.
They do.
You're partial.
They do.
So we're not gonna. And look at this. We'll go to 9:21. We are here with our interviews again. All right, nonstop this morning. Currently, I have in here incumbent Ward 1 City Council and City Council candidate Marianne Babinski. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning,
How are you?
Marianne.
Beautiful day.
It is. It is. And actually in this studio we get to look right out and see it. So before we get into the questions, I always like to learn a little bit about someone. And I know everyone, but some of my viewers might not. So tell me, where you grew up, where you went to school, and what do you do?
Let's see. I grew up, born and raised in Westfield, in Ward 1B, actually, on Prospect Street, on Prospect Hill. We were the great place to grow up there on that area. There was a lot of people, and it was crawling with kids. We had a great time, and never at a loss for finding stuff to do. So I was there for many years. I went to school I went to Holy Trinity Elementary and St. Mary's High School, and for college, Westfield State. Got my bachelor's degree in education at Westfield State and went on to teach. My first year teaching was in Ludlow, actually, Mass, and then Baltimore, Maryland for the second year, and then I came back and started teaching in East Hampton at what was called the junior high then. And I loved it, and I stayed. People thought I was crazy. But it was a great experience, and I went on and got my master's degree in administrative education or education administration, and stayed in teaching for many years. I think for about 23 years or something like that. And then I got a job as a trainer in business. So I have had experience on both sides of the public and private sectors, and which gave me a great perspective on what happens in both levels. And when you hear a lot of people have issues or complaints about what happens in education, the same thing in business. So that was good. I stayed there for many years. I actually moved to East Hampton for a couple of years while I was teaching. It was nicer to be there for there's so many other things that were going on, to be close, to be available to the people that you were working with and the students and the parents. And I was a town meeting member there for 1 year.
Oh, boy.
And I also was on the cable access board. I worked in the studio, so I had some kind of an experience with that. But I came back to Westfield, and I now live in Ward 1A. So I have been covering the whole of Ward 1 over the years. And so I don't know what more you want. I've been involved in a lot of things statewide and New England-wise organizations, working with a group, Westfield Concerned Citizens. Some of you may be familiar with that. I at one time took a leadership role with them before I became a city councilor. That led me into running for office because of the things and the issues that we were dealing with on the north side in that area. People were concerned, and we as a group were trying to push forward some of the issues and get heard down at City Hall, so to speak. So the next step was, let's try to do something about it. I like to, if you see a problem, find a way to fix it, find solutions instead of complaining and blaming and all that kind of stuff. So,
excellent. You basically started to get into the next question here. Why do you want to serve on the city council?
well, part of it was, as I said, that was a lead into this question, I guess, not even realizing it, is that the Westfield Concerned Citizens, once I moved to that neighborhood in 1A, there were a lot of issues that were happening in the neighborhood. People were concerned about their quality of life, the air, the water, and we had tried to work with city government. And also, I was involved with some organizations across the state that helped communities get organized, and we would I would attend a lot of meetings downtown, not only city council meetings, but planning board, anything that was related to things that were going on in our ward. So we wanted or needed, we thought, a representation. We wanted somebody to be a voice, and we wanted to be a voice, a stronger voice for what was going on in our neighborhood or in our ward, both 1A and 1B. So took the opportunity to run for office. In the first year that I ran, I lost by 9 votes. It was a very close election. Actually, it was 11. There was a recount. So the next year, it didn't stop me, though, because I think even though I lost, I know some people run for election and then give up and go away. We were a group, and I'm not somebody who gives up and goes away easily. But I attended every single meeting, the city council meeting, except I was still sitting in the audience instead of on the other side of the table. But just to get a feel for what was going on and how everything worked. And you don't get a full picture of it until you take that seat on the other side of the table. So that's the interesting thing about it. So I did run again and won the next election. So to be a part of and make sure we could represent the people and the concerns that were in our ward, and also to help give people a voice. I want people to exercise and use their own voice. And that's part of what my mission was when I got elected, is to open a door for people to experience that themselves and stand up at the podium and learn how to participate during public participation, and it goes on from there. So I won that next year, and then I ran again last year, and this is the 3rd time that I'm running.
Excellent. Now, before Kathy gets to the next question, I just want to point something out. That thing you're hearing in your headphone, that noise?
Yeah, that's me. I actually didn't hear it.
Okay.
We do.
Okay.
Just bring that in case you've been wondering what that is.
That's why I keep my hands on my lap.
You need to put a pillow there. Right?
Yeah. Go ahead, Kathy.
All right. Marianne, how do you increase commercial and industrial development in town in order to reduce the residential tax burden when nobody wants anything in their backyard?
Nobody wants anything in their backyard. That used to be called NIMBYs, right? Not in my backyard. We were fighting that label for quite a long time when we were with Westfield Concerned Citizens, not in my backyard. And I used to have another name, it's called Janimbys. Glad it's not in my backyard.
Okay.
Because it is difficult, and I have always said too that we got the reputation sometimes on the north side because we have the exchange, the Turnpike Exchange there, that we are against business, but that's not true. Responsibly cited business, bringing more business in, the type of business you bring in. The people I have worked with and talked with on the north side, they're not against business coming in, but there is something that can happen that is a negative impact on the resources that we have up there. We know that we have a large part of the aquifer on the north side. We have been really aware of that for a long time. The people that I worked with as far as Westfield Concerned Citizens, this is one of their big concerns for years, is that the type of business that you bring in, and we're trying to get the message across to City Hall, let's say, before I even got elected, was that that there are businesses that you can bring that will not put a burden on that part of the city. Some people don't want something in their backyard. They don't mind it going in somebody else's backyard. But is that fair to the people on the north side who are overburdened? They felt that they were. I'm trying to address some of their concerns at the same time creating that balance, because the rest of the city wants more business to come in to help offset the tax burden. But I think there also is another side of it to think about. We need to get people together and figure this is a problem-solving thing. How do you satisfy both sides of it? Because what we don't take a look at, and that's what we feel on the north side, where we get overburdened with all of these businesses, or we've got trains, planes, automobiles overrunning the place, businesses that probably don't belong over an aquifer because we have zoning ordinances that restrict certain businesses to be there because we don't want to put the aquifer at risk. And so we have to balance that and think about, do we want to add all the more of this stuff that really will then create a risk for our natural resources that are up there, including the people? Because I come from the philosophy that we need to put people first. Whatever we want to put in, wherever we want to put it, what is it going to do to the people that live there, their quality of life? And if we can find something where they will be fit together, then that's probably a good fit. We had an example. I like people getting involved. There was a store, I'm going to say this because Pete's over there in the other room, Dollar General, we remember that that was coming in, and those people that worked or are part of Westfield Concerned Citizens, I like to bring it to people's attention if there's going to be a development that's going to happen in our area, because that's why I'm working with is Ward 1. And if they have any concerns or whatever about it, to get down to City Hall when those meetings are held, those public hearings, and voice their concerns. And they were not happy with the location that it was going to be. There are other people thought that was going to be a great place to have it up on Southampton Road. Well, it got denied at the location that they originally wanted to put it. But because people voiced their concerns and decisions were made and compromises were made and we problem solved it, it is now across the street. It was a better location across the street. And I think everybody was happy about that because that's what they said at the meeting. Somebody said, why don't you put it across the street, not on our corner? But there's other examples like that too. There's tons of examples that I have experienced over the last 4 years that I've been on the city council, because the best part of this job to me is meeting with the people and talking to the people and finding out what their concerns are and trying to help them out. Do we always get what we want? No. But we keep trying, and sometimes there's a compromise, and we have that issue. For example, truck industries coming in, which we can get into later on. It probably went beyond your question.
A little. We have 2 minutes for this one.
Okay.
And then we're at the halfway point already. What is your stance on the public water supply? Do you trust the carbon filtration, or do you want to see an alternate source of water used?
Well, only 2 minutes for this. I could take 3 days.
I know.
These questions these questions are, let's say, it'd be wonderful if we could solve them in a half an hour. But I have been involved with the water situations since the beginning in 2016, my first year on city council. And so I had a front row seat, as I said another time, to what the city was doing. They were proactive right from the get-go, even before we got the notification that we had to do something and notify residents that we were shutting off or had a problem with some of the wells. So GAC filtration, there's so much research that has been done on it. We had a lot of experts. I went with the city to some of the water department personnel out to Hoosick Falls to visit the water plant, treatment plant that they had out there, saw the issues. I'm not going to get into all the details with it, but I feel that I wasn't somebody just to accept what was happening. I wanted to find out for myself too. I like to research the information, get as much information as I can. I went to Mass DEP meetings in Boston, in Springfield, and I went to last year, it's happening this year again in October, and I can't go because of all these things that are happening, 4 days, day and night, because at UMass they ran a conference that deals with the environment and issues that are with our soil and our water. They had people from all over. I never saw so many seminars, sessions, workshops on PFAS as I did. 4 days during the day and at night, workshops at night. It was like your head was ready to explode when you wanted to leave. But I left there confident that this is such a major issue that we were going to be able to come up with a solution. There are people that are creative and innovative enough there, and I know it's going to happen at this next one, that we headed in the right direction. Should we do an alternate? That was the next plan right from the beginning. I talked to hydrogeologists at BAPAC, Barnes Aquifer Protection Agency, or met in East Hampton and involved the 4 communities that share the aquifer. They have a hydrogeologist that I spoke to. What would you do? He said, filter the water, don't go to Holyoke. And he had issues there, which I've talked about before. And should we go for an alternate? That's the backup plan. This filtering that we're going to do is working. It's worked in other communities. They're using it. You can't tell people that you're stuck. This is an issue that's not going to solve the problem. It's going to work out. I have confidence in that just from those research that I've done and the people that I've talked to. And should Westfield, after we get this all working, 7 and 8 turn back on, then we have to look at, that's why I'm working on the aquifer zoning ordinance, because we need to protect what we have going forward.
Okay, thank you. Pete, quick break.
One of our underwriters here at WSKB's Community Radio is Carson Center for Health and Human Services, a nonprofit organization located at 20 Broad Street in Westfield. They provided behavioral health and rehabilitation services in communities throughout Western Massachusetts since 1963. There are services for children, adolescents, adults, families, and couples. You can find them on the web at carsoncenter.org or at 413-572-4132.
Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by the Dunkin' Donut Shops of Westfield and the Sardinia family. It's nice to know that even as the world changes, Dunkin' Coffee remains the same at 7 convenient locations throughout Westfield.
Wednesday mornings from 6 till 8, it's Tina Gorman with Wake Up Wednesday.
Community Radio.
89.5 WSKB. Live from Studio 120 at Westfield Technical Academy, this is WCPC Channel 15 and 89.5 FM WSKB Westfield.
Okie dokes, moving right along. We're back with WSKB with Ken Stomsky and Kathy Palmer, and we are introducing Marianne Babinski. We were talking to her this morning, and you are running for counselor in Ward 1. So your next question is, what is your position on charter schools coming into the city, particularly in the Root Road area? That's it. It's yours.
Well, so you want to address just to the Root Road?
No, not necessarily.
Well, charter
schools in general. We know the Root Road is dead
as an educator, as a former educator, and so I have some feeling towards what happens in public schools, and I think the schools, especially like we've got a lot of good things going on in the schools in Westfield. Could it improve? Of course, there's always room for improvement, and people have all kinds. There's always everybody out there. You're never going to please everybody all of the time. But if there are problems, then I believe that we can work them out together. That school came up, when was it, last year or 2 years ago, about putting it on Root Road. I don't think that's a good idea for that one. There's enough up there already. We have facilities up there that people are making use of, the pool, the gymnastics and exercise. They have the soccer fields. There's always issues associated with that. It's been an ongoing thing. Believe me, my phone rings a lot. I get a lot of calls about that. But the school up there, the reason it didn't go in, I mean, they were denied the for the sewer.
Mhm.
I think the Mass DEP denied it, and then the health department did at the same time. So they're probably going to keep trying. I don't know if there'll be a situation that could be created on that road that would make it okay to handle the traffic that would be up in that area, that road. I don't know if you've ever driven down it, but with the facilities that are there now, it gets pretty crowded. And now we have no parking. They have a parking issue. So it's probably not the ideal situation or not the ideal place to have it. I get concerned about the quality of life that those people up there in that neighborhood have.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
How do you increase money available for infrastructure, yet keep the schools, police, and fire departments properly funded without overtaxing the residents?
Well, we could do a lot of bake sales. I
hear you. I'm looking down at my belly as you say that. That's something I won't be able to contribute to. Sorry.
Well, so I mean, without so we have a balance here again. I mean, and this is not something that is an easy question to answer in a couple of minutes or come up with a solution in it. Because when we come up to budget time and everything, I have that woulda, coulda, shoulda that I say to one of the counselors all the time. I'm not against looking at trying to control spending. I don't know if how much we can lower taxes or just control spending so they don't go crazy. But I think was last year or the year before, I printed out the budget that we went through because I believe we need to sit down and I gave this to some residents who remembered that a while ago or years ago we had a taxpayers alliance group of citizens that looked at the budget and would spend some time going over it so that they could come to meetings and then make suggestions about what they wanted to be cut. One person's trash is another person's treasure. So when you talk about what should we cut out of the budget, how are you going to get people to agree on that? Because some people see things as an important asset that we need to have, and other people say, no, that's being ridiculous. We've all taken care of our own budgets and our own homes. We know what that is, a balance between spending and what money you have coming in. I worked on one of the organizations that I was connected with. I was on their executive board, and I was the treasurer, and we had to work. They were nonprofit organizations. They depended on money coming in from donations or grants, and they had expenses. So it's a difficult thing. We got to points if they didn't get the money that they thought they were going to get in. We had a fund that was money that was invested in stocks and bonds. I dealt with a gentleman, he was actually in Whately, that was managing that for us. But sometimes we had to dip into that like we do in the city because we had unexpected things that were coming up. We didn't get the money coming in that we needed. So I think I would like to see something like that happen. It's not that I'm against looking at it and trying to control spending, is people have their opinions about what they want. Let's start it right after, let's say in September or even January. I'd be happy with is to have people sit down. There are communities that have done that. They let residents come into City Hall and they lay out you've got discretionary monies and non-discretionary monies as part of the budget. So you can't touch some of it because that's paying the bills. But the other money is the stuff that maybe we could control. And let people make decisions about it. It's amazing what happens. So like I said, some people will say, no, I need that. We need that. What kind of services are you willing to give up? That's the other thing. People don't realize if you want to cut taxes, it's an easy thing to say, let's cut all this, that, and that. But there go the services. What services do you not want to have anymore?
Okay, thank you. And we have 5 minutes for 3 questions in the soapbox.
All righty, then I'll go quickly. What issues, if any, do you have with making cuts to the school budget?
Again, it would probably just what I answered. I mean, the thing is let's sit down and make a decision. Let's look at what actually is needed or not. The problem with the school is they have a lot of unfunded mandates, too, that they have to deal with and spend money on. I think it's easy to say we want to cut that. But again, you can't just make that decision in June. I think we need to get everybody together, sit down and working on it, and look at if we have excess, if there's spending that is not necessary, and let's work on it as a group. People, I hate to cut something that is very important things for the students of the city if we can avoid that. I mean, we've got, if you just look at the example of what's happening here at this folk school, I've been a very big supporter of vocational education in any school system. I think it's a great asset for the children to experience different things that they might be able to do as a career later on.
Okay, great. How do you control excess spending, or do you even think we have excess spending right now? Fluff.
I think.
Do we have fluff?
So there might be fluff. I mean, what fluff is if you think that there's money's left over because we budget for things and something happened and we had expenses we thought were going to be greater and they weren't. I'd like to have people define or give an example of what they think is the fluff again. As I said, one person's trash is another person's treasure. There may be spending, if you are going to make cuts or you think there's too much money being given to one area, then do you sit people down? How early do you tell them this is all we can afford to spend at this particular time? We do it in our own families. I can't take that trip to Hawaii because the roof fell off or something, whatever. So, uh-oh.
Just yawn. Okay.
But she overslept today, too, so.
I did. Thank you. We are up to our last question.
The fun one.
No, this is of the utmost importance.
Okay. And we
said it's non-binding, but you need to give it much thought.
And we will not think differently of you no matter what you replied.
You can tell, Mary Ann, relax. Do you prefer Westfielder or Westfieldian? Which term?
Westfieldian, that's a mouthful.
Isn't it?
Yes. Well, it's like Floridian.
I hadn't thought of that.
But seems to flow better than Westfieldian. I would say Westfielder.
That seems to be everybody's choice.
Yeah.
It seems to flow better.
I'm finally getting down to the bottom of this, I think. All right. Excuse me. I've got 3 minutes, Marianne, for you to get up on what I call your soapbox. This when you get to address the fine folks of Westfield and implore them for one of their votes on November 5th.
I guess, okay, my soapbox. How tall is my soapbox? After I would hope that since my promise or my mission from the beginning, when I ran for office back in 2013 or whenever that was, I'd also come back from a walk across the state to fight for climate and environmental justice because of what we were experiencing in Westfield too, and I wanted to experience what other people had to say across the state. I like working with the people. This part I don't like. So I promised that I would be there and represent them and their concerns and hopefully also encourage them and show them the path how they can actually be their own spokesperson. I think people that are in this city and there are things that are happening in their area, ward, or even that might impact the city as a whole, that they should have a seat at the table. Anything that's going to impact their quality of life or where they live. That you don't always get everything you want, but sometimes when you get people talking together, I'm a firm believer in problem solving and that you get people in a room in a non-judgmental atmosphere where people throw things out, brainstorm to solve a problem. That if you have people focused on a problem instead of pointing fingers at people to say that you are the problem, that we can get things done. And I've experienced that over the last couple of years working in the ward, and I hope that the residents that I have worked with, I get calls and they know that I am a phone call and an email away. I I answer and respond to what their issues are, and I try to help them work it out and get them connected with the departments or whoever is in the city that addresses their particular problem that they're having. And I hope they realize that I will be there and that I will be responsive to what their concerns are all the time. So if that is what they need, or is that is what is important to them, I would be honored to be elected again to continue the work that I have been already doing. I've got some unfinished business that I would like to continue working on for these residents, and also to start giving them a way to become a part of the government that serves them.
Very quickly, can I ask my question?
Yes, you may.
I do always ask this for the councilors that are running for a particular ward. What area is Ward 1 encompassing?
Ward 1, well, if you drove up toward the green bridges, the twin bridges, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you cross over those bridges, and you're on North Elm Street, everything to the left of North Elm Street, and as you travel north toward the Turnpike and toward Southampton Road, everything to the left is Ward 1. First part of it is Ward 1B, and somewhere out there in the hinterland, it crosses over to 1A. 1A is along Southampton Road. The bulk of 1A are along Southampton Road.
That answers my question.
All right. Years ago, well, a lot of that area was 3, wasn't it? Do you remember that?
They did some realignment. I think before I got on city
up off of Montgomery Road. I remember when I was in school, it was 3.
Well, they had done some. I think they do some reorganization all the time, just try to make some of the wards equal in population. Because just before I got on, I think Southampton Road. I think the other side of Southampton Road, across the street where the cemetery is, and those streets up there were Ward 1, and Holyoke Street might have been the line that separated Ward 1 from Ward 6, but then they moved it over because I had people thought they were still Ward 1 when I first started running.
So the ward is mostly residential, some business?
It's residential, industrial. There's some agricultural land up there. There's a lot of. I took somebody on a ride with me around Ward 1, and they said, "Wow, this is a huge. This is huge. It covers a lot of territory. It does."
Mary Ann Babinski, I want to thank you for coming in and
Very
spending a little
welcome.
bit of time with us.
Thank you so much.
This was great, and I'm sorry I went on forever, but I can tell I'm passionate about some of the things that have been going on up in Ward 1 and helping those people.
Excellent. Instead of cutting to a quick break and then wrapping things up, I'll just chat with Kathy here for a minute or two.
Chat we can. Don't forget.
Chatty Kathy.
That we do have a show coming up this weekend at the Westfield Theater Group, a department of the Westfield Women's Club. It is Murder Among Friends. It is a comedy, but it is adult-oriented. And then not this Saturday, but next Saturday, if you have any children, grandchildren, or you yourself like a good, funny ghost story, please come down to the Blue Umbrella Books, where I will be reading Hobknuckles. Every year, Hobknuckles comes to our window and peers in. But this year would be different. This year, I am going to dance with Hobknuckles. Come on down, 12 o'clock, Blue Umbrella Books. Beep. This message will delete.
The act going on at the Women's Club. What time is that?
It starts at 7:30. We've had a bit of a glitch for those of you people out there that call in with your reservations. Our phone lines are down. We are in the process of repairing them. But do not despair. Come on down. There will be tickets at the door. It won't be a problem.
So folks can go down to Pumpkin Fest and have dinner at one of our great downtown establishments and then walk right over and see a show.
Absolutely. Come on over. We'll fix you up. It is the day of Pumpkin Fest. It's going to be a great day. Lots of things going on in the city of Westfield that we should be proud of.
I'll be there.
Next week, 3 interviews on Tuesday. Then Tina has 2 interviews, I think, on Wednesday. Then the following week, 3 more interviews. And then Tina, I believe, has 2. And then the following week after that, we have 3 more.
Wow. It is a busy time.
Yeah,
Good.
and then that brings us up to the election, November 5th. Also, there are going to be ward, school committee and ward forums held at the school committee at the senior center. There will be a ward forum or an at-large forum at the Tech Academy. Because we're anticipating a lot of people for that one.
The upper campus?
The upper campus, the old high school, the auditorium.
Westfield High.
Yeah, Westfield High. No, not anymore.
I'm in the
Oh, wait a
trade
minute.
school.
Smith Ave Elementary. Smith Ave Elementary.
Yeah, oh, there you go.
I'm in the trade school.
Trade school. Westfield normal school, okay?
Oh, God.
All right, do you
I
want to
don't
go back?
that
Well,
far.
St. Mary's High is now in the trail.
That's right.
Yeah, the old
St.
trade
Mary's
school.
is in the trade school. It was on the 3rd floor.
And then there will be a mayoral debate up at Westfield State University.
Excellent.
So we do have these forums coming up.
And
on top of what we're doing here, and everything that we're doing here, once all of the interviews are done, I'm going to splice them all together, and we're going to run them on Channel 15, and we'll also get the address out on social media for the YouTube, Channel 15 YouTube location for it.
Quick question. Is there a schedule out where all of these are listed, all of the debates and forums?
There's been something in the local paper, I saw it.
Okay, good.
As we get a little closer, I may make note of it on my own social media page. Also, those forums, along with the mayoral forum, both those council and the council ward and at large, we're going to be taping those.
Okay.
So we'll be getting those up on Channel 15 as well as the Channel 15 YouTube page. So, with a little bit of time left before the actual election on November 5th, there's going to be plenty of time now for you to find out a little bit more about the candidates in this election, especially at these forums that are going to be held at the Senior Center, at the Tech Academy here, because there's going to be a little bit of time beforehand for the meet and greet. They factored that in. So pay attention to the newspaper and the social media for the schedules for all that. November, we've got we're back to a normal show, but the 1st November,
Did you
Tuesday,
say back to normal?
back to normal almost. We'll have an election day rundown. We're going to do handicapping, but we're not going to announce who we're handicapping. We're just going to fill out a form, and then the following week, we'll just see who came closer to predicting everything without us actually saying who will be who, because we have to remain fairly imbalanced here.
We are unbalanced. I will give you that.
And normal is
wait. Oh, be careful.
And then back in November, we'll have Chef back in. I'm going to bring in some more weird food for sampling. We got Making the List that we'll play towards the end of the week. Also, we're going to be doing the fundraiser again, or not the fundraiser, the food drive again down here at the Tech Academy the Monday before Thanksgiving. So we're going to be broadcasting live as we do each and every year for folks in the area to bring in things for to make a Thanksgiving dinner. I'm looking up at the clock, and Pete almost gave me the stink eye there. I am just about out of time. Thank you once again, ladies. Thanks, my listeners and viewers. I'll catch you next week.
Thank you.
Bomba-dee-da, 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 bomba-dee-da,
Until
bomba-dee-da,
we meet
bomba-dee-da,
again.
bomba-dee-da,
Happy trails to you.
bomba-dee-da, bomba-dee-da,
Keep smiling until then.
Who cares about the clouds when we're together? Just sing a song and think about sunny weather.
Happy trails to you till we meet again.